Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host for today, John Dehlin. It is Friday, August 4th, and we are super excited to have with us all the way from Wellington, New Zealand, Ganesh Cherian. Hey, Ganesh.
Hi, nice to be with you.
This is going to be a New Zealand Mormon story, and I am here joined by my partner in truth and righteousness, Margi. Hey, Margi.
Hey.
So glad you could be here.
I'm really glad I'm here too.
Yeah. And I've known Ganesh for a while, and he's just a lovely, thoughtful human. He is a former Mormon bishop, and he's lived in, I guess, the same ward in Wellington, New Zealand for how long?
Pretty much all my life.
Yeah. So like at least 20 years, right?
That's right. I have lived in a few other places, but I've always come back to Wellington, and I've effectively been in the same ward for all of that time.
Yeah. So I guess part one of this interview is going to be Ganesh's Mormon story. Ganesh is also coming out soon with a book, and the book is probably going to be called what?
19th century evidences and development of the Book of Mormon and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It's a topical biography of Joseph Smith.
So we don't know exactly when we're going to record part two, but I want to make sure and mention that at the outset, because it's a good one. Ganesh is no dummy, so to speak. So if he puts a book together, he's put a lot of thought into it. And it's going to be about influences to the Book of Mormon.
Yep, and just tracking Joseph's life and looking at various themes. So it's almost like a choose your own adventure. You know how you used to do those as kids? I mean, we know what happens, of course, because Joseph dies at the end, but how he gets there on lots of different aspects of his life is, I think, fascinating and incredibly interesting and engaging, and it shows Joseph in a lot of different lights that make him very relatable and human.
Love it. Now, we've had a few New Zealanders on Mormon Stories podcast, Gina Colvin back in the day. You'll probably remember more than I, other New Zealanders we've had on.
Yes, so I'm good friends with Gina and her husband Nathan. And New Zealand's a small place, so it's, if you take the church, it makes it a village, really, when it comes to the church in New Zealand.
But this is probably the first New Zealander we've ever had in studio. So thanks for coming. Ganesh, let's begin. You are a lifelong Mormon. You're still an attending, is that right?
Yep,
attending member of the Mormon Church, and again, former bishop. Sometimes people might misunderstand one's intentions for telling their story openly on Mormon Stories. Why don't we begin by having you state what your intentions are for doing the interview?
Well, I guess first off, I love Mormonism. It's my life, and it's my culture, it's my tribe. I want it to be vibrant and amazing and caring and beautiful, and so I work to make that the case in my own ward, in my own life. But also I think that that's got some maturity issues and some things that it needs to grow into, and I feel uniquely able to kind of look at some of those things, hopefully objectively, but also with a great deal of compassion and love, and a way to be able to look at some of the things that we are and celebrate them, and look at some of the things that we're not and work towards those endeavours. I want it to be a great thing, basically.
Yeah. So you want to help the church become even better than it is?
I hope so. I realize that I am just a tiny ant in the middle of nowhere that has these thoughts. But, one of the beauties of Mormon Stories, I guess, is ants like me sharing their situations and their experience, and that being the mechanism by which people can really grow and be empathetic and make great things happen.
I love it. All right. Well, Ganesh, where does your Mormon story begin? Ganesh isn't necessarily a common Mormon name.
No, and I probably should start that. So my mother is from New Zealand, and she went on a trip. She decided to leave New Zealand and go on a big OE, an overseas experience. That's a very common New Zealand thing because we live at the bottom of the world, and in order to go anywhere, you have to fly. And so if you're going to go somewhere, you might as well explore the world. And so my mother did her OE, went to Australia, and then up through Southeast Asia, and ended up in India. And at that time, in the early 70s, it was, hippies following gurus and being involved in being able to improve themselves in enlightenment. And my mother found her way to a place called Varanasi, which is a holy city in India on the banks of the Ganges. And there met my father. My father was from southern India, so he came from a very staunch Christian background. My great-grandfathers on his side were both preachers, both Christian preachers, and South India is a very Christian part of India.
Really?
Yeah, it's super. There's more Christians in India, in South India, than there are people in New Zealand and Australia. It's millions and millions.
Wow.
Heavily Catholic, heavily Orthodox.
I had no idea.
Yeah, it's massive. And my family are mostly Orthodox, although I've got a number of Catholics cousins.
It makes me wonder why the Mormon Church doesn't send more missionaries to India if there's such a Christian base. But maybe I don't want to sidetrack us, but
yeah, well, I think that it's working and trying to implement that, but there's a very strong Christian base, particularly in South India, and of course the temple is in Bangalore, so that's it's got a foothold there.
Okay.
My family, India in general has a very long kind of Christian heritage. If you go to South India, you can go to the place where St. Thomas was killed and where his bones are. I've seen his bones.
What?
Yeah, so you can go to those relics. And while the history is a little dubious, that's where Christians in India take their tradition, their tribe, that, Christianity in India comes from St. Thomas, who went to India to preach. So it's a really long history.
Is it factual that Thomas went to India to preach?
It does seem so, yes.
Okay.
But whether the sites that are now identified as his martyrdom and his bones, whether they're really him, it's a little bit tricky to tell.
Okay.
And also, if you go to Goa, you can go to the church there that holds the bones of Francis of Assisi. So I've seen his mummified remains.
Those are real.
Those are real.
Okay. He's in India. He's in southern India.
Yep.
Did you say Goa?
Goa.
Okay.
And so Christianity in India has a really long heritage, and a lot of Orthodox came down. So my name, Cherian, my last name, Cherian, is actually an Armenian name. And so, Orthodox Christians came and settled in South India and converted the local high caste Brahmins. And so
I was going to ask you what caste, if you even know your grandparents were.
So originally they have been Brahmins, I would say, which is the highest caste.
Meaning they had the lightest skin. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's also true. And a lot of there was a lot of intermarriage between, if you go to South India, particularly to Cochin, there's a lot of Portuguese influence there. Mm-hmm. There's also there's a little Jewish community there. It's steeped in Christian heritage, and it's very it's a beautiful place to go. I've got extended family who have very light skin, very green eyes. There's this kind of Western element in South India.
Okay.
When the British came to India and kind of took it over, the northern part of India was influenced by British Christianity, which ended up being a lot of the low caste people. So there's kind of a slight privilege in the South and prejudice in the North about Christianity, and so the Christians in the South are very privileged, and the Christians in the North are a little bit prejudiced against.
That's interesting.
But that's where Mother Teresa, obviously did her mission in Calcutta. And one time I was in India, I even saw Mother Teresa in person speak at a Catholic church just down the road from my auntie's house.
You didn't get a selfie?
I didn't get a selfie, but she was very eloquent, really, and there were just throngs of people there to see her.
Nice.
So she was always very special to me when I, as a teenager, got to see her in person.
So did your mom stay in India?
So, yes, my parents got together in Varanasi, and I was conceived there, and my dad, who had been from this great Christian background, he was at a Hindu university in Varanasi, so he was also kind of following that kind of guru path. And my mother, heavily pregnant in the heat of India, they went to the north, up into the foothills of the Himalayas, and that's where I was born. So just near the Nepalese border, in a place called Nainital, and of course, they were following Guru, so they sent a telegram to the Guru to ask him for a name for their son. So this was a guy called Babaji, and he sent back a telegram. I've still got it. This is probably unheard of for most people, what even a telegram is, but basically the Guru told my parents to name me Ganesh or Ganeshji. So Ganeshji is a honorarium. It's like a Sir, so it's like Sir Ganesh. And Ganesh is the Hindu god of prosperity and wisdom. He's denounced by elephant head. He's a very popular Indian deity and very much loved. And I've got this very Christian surname, Cherian, very South Indian Christian surname. So as far as I'm aware, I'm the only Ganesh Cherian in the world. And it's, and I've been a god since I was born. So
That's very Mormon.
That's so Mormon.
God's in embryo.
Yeah. So my wife still thinks I've got a God complex, and that it plays out. And of course, because Ganesh is so well known in India, I've got this really odd kind of name when I talk to people because it's very distinctively Indian. And if you know Indian mythology and their gods, Ganesh is loved. So I get the oddity where some people have no idea who Ganesh is, and some people, when they hear my name, they're very, they just warm to me immediately because of the connotation.
Have you seen The Simpsons? Did you ever watch The Simpsons?
Yes.
Did you see the episode where Homer goes to the convenience store with
Abu?
With Abu, and do you remember what Abu says to?
Yes.
Homer's feeding peanuts. He sees a little elephant he starts giving the elephant peanuts, and and Abu says what?
I can't remember.
Please do not feed peanuts to my God, is what he says.
It's slightly humbling when Ganesh comes up as a theme in movies and things like, oh, that's me. Occasionally I meet people, they say, oh, your name's Ganesh. And I said, yes, I'm sorry I haven't answered your prayers, but,
I'm working on it. Doing my best.
But it's a lovely name to have, but also, I should finish the story, of course. So I was born in India in Nainital, and my parents, my mother's brother was getting married, and so my grandparents helped my parents come back to New Zealand. And I was 6 months old. There is my mum, very European, farming background, and here she is. She's brought back these 2 souvenirs from India. This baby, who was the oldest.
Was there a marriage?
No.
Because it's very 70s.
There's very 70s, so no marriage. And
was your dad even was it in his world that he would leave India and move to New Zealand?
I don't think so. I think it was,
That's fascinating.
And of course, too, I don't think he was planning to be a an immigrant, but then he became an immigrant, of course.
Yeah.
And with all of the connotations that comes along with that, being from India, he was quite well educated, but not, he did a philosophy degree, so, nothing that you could quite point to, but he had like a equivalent of about a master's, so he's a very intelligent guy.
Physically, appearance-wise, did he blend in or did he stick out in New Zealand
He
culture?
definitely stuck out.
Okay.
He's quite dark. He's
Even though
Indian.
he was light for India,
Yeah.
he was dark for New Zealand.
Correct.
Okay.
Fortunately, I guess in New Zealand we've got a very big Māori and Pacific Island
Right.
population, so there's a mix. So and there's lots of Indian people in New Zealand too. But he was from the south of India, and lots of the immigrants from India and New Zealand were from the north of India. So actually finding community was quite difficult for them.
Right, because there was prejudice.
Well, just so much. It's just so different.
Yeah.
It's like, each state in India is a different language, and every, it's like a whole nother culture.
Yeah.
You might as
So
well be from
Canadian
different-
culture versus like Mississippi culture.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, you might as well be in different countries.
Yeah.
It's just so different.
Yeah.
And of course, because he's well educated, but he wasn't professional and he didn't have those things. So he ended up doing lots of kind of not menial jobs, but not high paying, high professional jobs. My mother was a teacher, so they both worked, and that kind of played out in some. We were a working class family. My father was a bus driver, and my mother was a teacher, so very normal, middle class family, but slightly maybe on the low end because of some of those dynamics with immigration and of course coming back to New Zealand with a European mum and an Indian dad. There was some interplays there with racial discrimination and challenge, but particularly to my New Zealand family's credit, they just seemed to really warm to my dad, and it never seemed to be an issue. I was, growing up, I was loved incredibly by my grandparents, and had a wonderful time on the farm where my grandparents were. So I grew up in Wellington mostly. That's where my parents ended up settling. But I would spend my summer vacations, all of my school holidays at my grandparents' farm, and I had cousins down the road, uncles and aunties nearby, and was very much a part of that community and love. It was a fabulous growing up.
So were either of your parents, I'm assuming your dad for sure not, I'm assuming your mom wasn't raised Mormon either?
No, so they were both kind of fairly outside any kind of Christian paradigm. My mother had grown up maybe Church of England. My grandparents weren't particularly active, but everybody was Christian, so you kind of had something that you belonged to. My father was from a kind of an Orthodox background in South India, so they both came from these Christian leanings, but of course in India they had followed the Hindu guru type situation. So when they came back to New Zealand, they kind of gravitated back to the norm, the status quo, which was Christianity. And in Wellington, my dad worked for an insurance company, and there was a member there, and he learned about the church. And so then eventually he thought that this was great, and he joined it. And of course, that was back in the time, the mid-70s, where church was segmented. It wasn't all in one group. It wasn't a 3-hour block. So he would be at church pretty much the whole of Sunday. And my mother was kind of like, what are you doing? You're going away from the family. And so she decided to go as well. And so they both ended up being baptized. I was about 5 at this point.
Any other siblings when that happened?
So I've got one younger sibling who is 4 years younger than me, my sister Maria, and she's fabulous.
So around the same time you were baptized, your sister was born?
Yeah, I think she had just been born.
Okay.
So it was early in the piece. I remember actually going to the church across the road from it was an All Saints Anglican church, and the Latter-day Saints were across the road, so I ended up just switching from going from one side of the road to the other. My parents, fairly active, although my father found it really difficult to keep towards the word of wisdom, and so it was pretty evident quite quickly that he, didn't really warm to things. But my mother got quite involved, so my dad soon went less active, and my mother ended up being really active in the church. And because my parents had numerous marital problems, the church became a bit of a mainstay. And when my parents eventually separated for the last time, the church provided a lot of grounding in terms of support structure for my mother, and also really a lot of support for me as a young man, dealing with needing support and mentor, and also maybe some financial help.
What was your age when your parents split up for the last time?
So I was 11.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did your dad stay in New Zealand or go home?
Yeah, so he stayed in Wellington, and my sister and I stayed with my mother, and so that we would go see him, spend time with him. Back in those days, of course, generally when families broke up, you stayed with your mother. My father didn't have any custody, but we would go visit him on the weekends and spend time with him.
Do you feel like you were stayed close to your dad?
Yeah. He was a lovely guy, and although there were lots of tension between my parents, and so that wasn't always great. There was some domestic violence, so those are kind of underpinning some of the things that were going on. Some not easy stories. The police sometimes were at our house. That was a really big thing. My dad had some problems with alcohol. I remember growing up, we used to go, my dad went to AA and my mum to Al-Anon, and there was even a kind of a kids, like children of alcoholic parents. So I used to go to some of those meetings. I remember one time, talking about my parents and some of our situations, and I said something and everybody looked like shocked. And it was just normal to me. And it was the first time I kind of realized that maybe some people's experiences were quite different from my own.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a revelation. My dad and my mother had some conflicts, particularly over assets, and which they didn't have very many of. But this led to some problems between them. And eventually I got the opportunity to go to Church College, which is a church high school in Hamilton.
And before we jump to that, what are your memories from growing up in it was a ward or a branch?
A ward.
It was a ward. Yeah. Do you have fun childhood memories of being Mormon, teen memories before college?
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, I should say Church College is a high school.
Right.
So,
do you do like primary and learn the primary songs and like have all the friends and middle school mutual? I don't know. They probably didn't have Boy Scouts, but like, I'm wondering how much of a Mormon experience you remember before high school.
Well, I remember going to primary when it was on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
But then they consolidated the meetings, and so they were all on Sunday. And but yeah, primary was great. We had a lovely ward. In fact, our ward was really special. I think it had a lot of immigrants in it. We had people from England, from Holland. Like it seemed to gravitate towards a number of big families who had immigrant backgrounds. Often just like my family, where one spouse was from somewhere else, from from Poland or, from Holland, and where the other spouse was maybe a second generation New Zealander. And so there were a number of people in our ward who were like me. They had an immigrant parent plus a New Zealand parent. There were some really big families that were kind of central to the ward, and they kind of gravitated together on the basis that they were members of the church, and they'd come from really distinct places around the world. And it's still even a little bit like that in New Zealand. There's a lot of diversity in Wellington Ward.
Okay. Did you have a favorite primary song growing up?
Oh, my favourite song was Give Said the Little Stream.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Love that.
I remember that
It's a classic.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm curious about with your childhood, if you were going to kind of talk about what you remember being a boy in your home, just what comes up for you, what you loved. Were you introverted? Did you like your feelings kind of as a boy? Were you, did you love school?
I did love school. I was always very curious. Like, I'm a curious guy. And because my parents were having problems and because there weren't a lot of means in our family, I always had to kind of find things or do things. And so I've always been outgoing, really loved people, would find opportunities, go volunteer somewhere, or just find a place that somebody had some resources and we'd share them. So I got to be quite innovative. And there were people in the ward too who, there's a particular guy who gave me a job. So I got a little bit of money, and so I was able to be a bit more independent with myself. I really liked that. And my mother was a teacher at the school that I was going to, as a elementary school, primary we call it. And so my mother had an influence in the community, and because of her, I was well liked and got opportunities. I wasn't a particularly sporty kid because my parents weren't sporty at all, and there weren't a lot of options for me. But I did do a few things, running and a little bit of soccer. I would have liked to have done that more, but it just wasn't an option. And I grew up not having very much, but feeling like I had lots of opportunities, and that I was welcomed most places. My name still was a bit of an issue though, because Ganesh made me very foreign, and people would ask me, and I wouldn't necessarily look like I was a local, so people would ask me where you're from. They were really asking what my background was. Sometimes people would pronounce my name wrong. They wouldn't be able to say Ganesh, and so that made me feel a little bit vulnerable. And one time my parents actually went on a trip to India, and I ended up at my grandparents' place at my local at the local school where all of my cousins were. So I was so excited to go to school with my cousins in this farming community outside of Dannevirke. And the principal of the school, who was also kind of the major teacher because it was like a 2-room school thing, he would not say my name correctly. He would not say Ganesh properly, even when I corrected him, and he just got flummoxed, and he basically said, look, if you want to stay here, you're going to have to let me call you this. I don't know what it was that he was calling me. And I wanted to be there with my cousins, having this wonderful school experience, and so I let him call me something terrible because I would rather do that than miss out on being with my cousins.
Yeah.
And so I had this lovely feeling of being included and belonging, and also these places where I was ostracized or targeted or was on the outer.
Othered.
So I became really conscious of those dynamics really conscious of how to portray myself so that I would be in the in-group and maybe even versatile to go when I changed spaces, that I kind of looked the part, or, I got quite adaptable in that kind of a way.
Yeah. Kind of code switching.
Code switching, absolutely. Yeah, I didn't know that was what it was called, but that's exactly what I did.
Yeah, and this is as a young boy.
Yes.
You're
yeah.
being very, you're aware of this.
Oh, absolutely.
These places where you're feeling.
Absolutely. And so then, my name was one of those tricky things because it always outed me, It's not till being an adult where people recognise my name and give me some validation for it. This was often a time where it was, made me different, made me other. And so navigating that was quite tricky. But I think it made me also dynamic, right? So it had some benefits, had some absolute benefits. But underneath them, there were some worries about, being valid, being recognised, having enough, all of those kinds of things that are very human things, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're going to talk about college, which is high school. Is that right?
Yes, so I went to high school in Wellington for a couple of years, and then I...
Do you remember you getting the priesthood as a 12-year-old?
Yep.
And it wouldn't have been your dad who ordained you, is that right?
No, he was well out of the picture in terms of the church by that point. In fact, when I was baptised, when I was 8, I actually got baptised on my best friend's birthday. It's a little bit after me. And I really wanted the missionaries to baptise me because, A, they were a big feature of our home growing up, and I liked them, wanted to be like them, of course. And so actually the missionaries baptised me at 8. Not my father. Later on, the priesthood leaders got my dad active enough to be able to baptise my younger sister. But I actually wasn't baptised by him, and so I wasn't ordained by him either. I can't remember who did it, but certainly getting the priesthood gave me some validity, gave me a job, it made me important. And I was always quite an outgoing kid, so I used to bear my testimony all the time. And so I was a bit of a golden child in my ward because I was quite articulate. I, loved being a member. I promoted it a lot. When I went to early morning seminary, and I was good at studying. I took on board the scriptures. I guess that's something that's really a key part of my life. Is my first year of seminary, which was when I was 14 years old. It was early morning seminary, and I had a fantastic teacher who just really loved us. And that was when I first read the Book of Mormon. And it mirrored my life in many ways, that kind of feeling of concern about having enough. Those messages about, sharing were, things that I really resounded with me. The idea of, a little bit of persecution that, kind of, hit home. The Book of Mormon really felt amazing. And I was really good at reading and figuring out stuff. And, of course, scripture mastery was a big part of the seminary back then. And we used to have Fridays, we used to have games and learning scriptures and getting, treats. And I just aced that. I was a superstar when it came to scripture mastery. We used to have these conventions in Wellington. They probably done them all around the church, but where wards would come and compete against wards for scripture chase, and opening up the scriptures and getting to the right place, or quoting them verbatim. That was a big thing. There was a prominent family in Wellington called the Butters, and he was head of CES, and his wife, Cheryl, she did all these scripture mastery tapes where she would sing the verses and create these beautiful songs that's how we memorized these scriptures, and I knew them all by
really?
heart. I could sing you one now. It would be I could remember them like they're yesterday.
So you were super into the scriptures.
Super into the scriptures, and particularly the Book of Mormon, because this was my first year of seminary. I was 14. I was a superstar. The Book of Mormon was it. I mean, in many ways, the Book of Mormon gave me an understanding of Christianity that led me to read the Bible. Like if I thought about it being a wider understanding of being a Christian, my identity came through the Book of Mormon. I understood Christ via the Book of Mormon, not the other way around.
Wow. And so do you remember loving your experience with the Book of Mormon?
Yeah.
And connecting with it?
I don't, Moroni's promise, I can't think of a time that I sat down and knelt and asked for a witness, but I felt absolutely that was true. It was, it just made me feel like I was heard, validated, because some of the things in it were things that were going on in my life, conflict, poverty, persecution, all of those kinds of themes were readily in there. But also some privilege, right? I was being validated for the fact that I could read well, took on board the stuff, and people loved that.
Were there any characters in the Book of Mormon you identified with?
I think Nephi, absolutely. You just, that kind of sense of adventure, that idea that he kind of took over from his father as being somebody important. Even, I suppose, that kind of inner conflict with the parents in the Book of Mormon, those kinds of things really resounded. Nephi's feeling of inadequacy, but his, he was obviously really an outgoing kind of a character. All of those things were a part of that.
Did you find yourself in your youth group, in your high school, in your ward, stake, sort of being viewed as one of the stalwart youth of your kind of generation sort of thing?
Yes, absolutely. I was articulate. I was good at getting out there and doing stuff. So I had lots of leadership callings really early on, and the church made those things possible in the youth space. I was often, the president of the quorum. I was often, the representative for my ward for various youth activities in the stake. I got lots of kudos, lots of validity in my ward. And also that kind of made me want to go to church college too, because it's a church high school. If my experience in Wellington was fabulous, my experience in Hamilton with a whole lot of members would be ecstatic. Like I was so excited about that. Funnily enough, the first time when I applied to go to church college, I got rejected. They said my grades weren't so good at school and I needed to, not necessarily my grades, but the reports that my school had given about me being a muck around was not so good. And so I really hunkered down and focused on things so that my reports were better. And so church college accepted me. So I went there when I was 15. So I'd already done 2 years of high school. And then in New Zealand, we do 5 years of high school. So I did 2 years of high school in Wellington. And then I went to church college in Hamilton, which is a boarding school. And I did 3 years there.
So you moved out of your family home to do that.
And I was ready to have an adventure. I was 15 and I was ready to conquer the world. And church college provided that opportunity for me.
So interesting.
This idea of a Mormon high school is, I guess in Utah, every high school is a Mormon high school to some extent. But, whether it's the one that's in Colonia Juarez, Mexico, it's kind of a special thing, these high schools, Mormon high schools that have been set up in non-U.S. countries.
Oh, it's a massive thing. It was set up at the same time that the temple was built. So it was kind of entrenched in the Mormon psyche, right? The labor missionaries who built the temple and the school, sent all their kids there. Like it became a massive Mormon marker in New Zealand. Like it's hard to describe because I suspect it just doesn't happen here. But it's quintessential New Zealand Mormon experience was church college.
Wow.
And everything revolved around it.
And you, like, I know that you, like Jacinda Ardern, the former but recent Prime Minister of New Zealand, I know that at some point you rubbed shoulders or elbows with her and probably other people who have become influential in New Zealand political or public life. Like, it seems like, were they all somehow associated with this college?
Yes, in lots of ways. Not every Mormon kid went to church college, right? Lots of my friends didn't go. I left home. Some of them didn't. There were maybe a couple of people from my ward who were going to church college at the same time. And there were kids that came from all over New Zealand, particularly rural places where they would have to go to some kind of boarding school anyway. They came to church college. We had some members from Australia who sent their children to New Zealand to go to this church high school. But it is a real hub. The missionary training centre was on campus, and the temple's right there. So what happened too was that the kids who were going to school ended up coming back the next year to go to the MTC before they went off on their missions. And so there was, a real hub. The school provided a lot of employment for the local area and for the local members. So that most of the staff at Church College were members of the church, prominent members, and they worked at the school and they lived next door in the community. When I was there was about 600 students, so it was quite a small school, and about 300 of those were boarders. So people, and this is a co-ed school, so it's girls and boys, and then half of those students were day students, so they lived in the local community, which was Temple View, or in the wider Hamilton area, and they used to come for the day for school. So there was a bit of a mix between boarders and those who were day students, but they were often from prominent families. They'd come from all over. I got to meet people from all over New Zealand, and then, as you'll hear later, I went on a Mormon mission. And I went to New Zealand. So I went to places where these kids were and met their families, and so it's
wow.
So when you're later serving your mission in New Zealand, you're meeting the families of kids you went to college, or in our words, high school with.
Correct.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
And I've always been struck, whether it's Mexico or Guatemala or England, how tight knit and small the Mormon community is countrywide. In other words, doesn't kind of matter where you are in the country almost. Families know each other and are connected.
It's incredibly well connected in New Zealand. And predominantly because there's one temple, right? So everybody has to come to this central hub, which means you're visiting, you're staying with people because you're out of town. It's all interconnected, and it provided opportunities for people to mix and to marry. And so prominent families, people who are, generational members of the church, getting together with other generational families. And it just spreads through New Zealand. It's like a village almost.
One question I have is was there an element of prestige in going to, in being able to go to the school, or was it something that was like more neutral? Did people aspire to go there? Did they want to go there? Or was it kind of like, oh, it's an option that is kind of looked at similarly to remaining, let's say, in your typical high school? Does that make sense?
So from where I lived in Wellington, it felt like an option.
Just an option.
But for a lot of the kids in other parts of New Zealand, it certainly was a privilege.
Okay.
It felt like a privilege to me, because Church College was a great school, particularly for Māori kids. So the church in New Zealand is very brown. It's predominantly Māori and Pacific Islander, and that is the case Well, in Wellington, it's very diverse, and the further south you get, the more Pākehā, the more European it gets. But in the north of New Zealand, it's very brown. You go to a ward, and you might not see very many pale faces, right? It's mostly Māori and Pacific Islanders. So in Wellington, where I was, there were a number of great schools, but in some of these rural communities, out in the back blocks where people had joined the church, there weren't great schools, and so going to church college was a real privilege because you get to go to a heavily subsidised school, and get lots of means. Church college was based on a kind of an American school program, so we had basketball games and basketball teams. In fact, church college kind of promulgated basketball throughout New Zealand. It became a real stepping stone for New Zealand to have any kind of a basketball kind of league. And so then it provided great sports teams. It had some of the best rugby teams in New Zealand for high school. It had a massive gym. We'd even have televised live events from our basketball court. Like national games, those kinds of things, because it was prominent. And and of course, because it was a church school, it was heavily subsidised. It was cheaper for my mum to send me to there than feed me at home.
That's really big.
A real draw card for her personally, and for me. It was a quality education for a low price.
All right, I have just a couple questions. If we were going to go back for a minute to your parents, I think you mentioned that they separated when you were 11. Do you remember how you felt about that at the time, with regard to, let's just say, how the church would view that, or how you viewed yourself when they separated?
Eternal families, all that stuff.
And if you kind of internalized anything at that time, or felt like, well, now my eternal family, may or may not be, so I have to work really hard to be all these things. Or do you remember at the time how you processed all that with regard to kind of church messaging?
That's a good question. I don't think that I really understood the concept of eternal families back then. My parents hadn't gone to the temple, as far as I'm aware, and so they weren't sealed in the temple, so that wasn't something that was a part of our growing up. And my home life was always a bit rocky, so the fact that my parents separated felt a bit of a relief.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
However, one of the things that really stood out to me was that the church offered me another way to look at families and be successful. So I saw lots of, like I said, that there were a number of really big, prominent families in our ward, and I used to spend a lot of my time at their houses. And I saw that they were really functional, even though it was chaotic because there were so many kids. My family was small, their family was massive. And I spent lots of time in their home, and it was lovely. I really enjoyed it. And so I saw the church as a mechanism to have a much more, like if I was thinking about having a family in the future, that this was a place that I could get a lot of support for that to be successful. Mm-hmm. So the eternal family thing, I don't think I really thought about that at the time. It probably was in the background, but it wasn't my reality, so it didn't affect me. But certainly that idea of a functional family, and maybe perhaps with lots of children, I could see that the church could lend that, and so I leaned into that with regard to the church. Plus, too, there were a number of people at church who mentored me, who went out of their way to pick me up for activities, to include me in the young men's, to take me on camp. I did do a little bit we did have a little scouting program, wasn't massive. So there was, I felt incredibly lucky. And while my own father wasn't providing those kind of opportunities, that gave me some of those, and I was very excited about that.
Yeah, I so can see that. My other question was just as you described kind of really going all in, scripture chase, now you're going to literally like a college built for kind of Mormonism, feeding into where you do have the MTC right there. You have the temple right there. Was there ever, I'm curious how that affected your relationship with your dad, if it did, because he was less active, if there was any sort of family dynamic around, let's just say, children following more what your mom wanted to do as opposed to, and viewing, I'm not saying you did view, but him being aware of maybe that he was viewed in a different way because he was less active. These family dynamics, I think, can be really, really tricky with regard to a church that's all about family, that it can sometimes inadvertently really separate and divide family. So I just had a question about that.
Yes. Well, that is a big thing. I don't think as a young person I understood my father's angst with that, but it certainly did play out, and particularly because my younger sister was 4 years younger, and she wasn't all that confident in going to visit him without me. So when I chose to go to church college, this meant effectively that he wouldn't have his son, who was now hundreds of miles away, and his daughter, who didn't really want to visit him without me. So my dad made the conscious effort to go back to India. So he left the country. So my wanting to go to church college actually ended up meaning that my father left the country, and I didn't see him again for another 6 or 7 years. Which, at the time I was busy having an adventure and I was all gung-ho about this. I had no understanding of how that would affect anybody else, And that's one of the things in hindsight you look back and go, gosh, that must have been a horrific experience for my father. He realised he wasn't going to have his children visit him. He was very supportive, right? He wanted me to do all these incredible things in my life. But it meant that there was no reason for him to stay in New Zealand. So he went back to India. He wanted to find the India that he had been robbed of because he'd come to New Zealand, and all that kudos and validation that he'd missed out on being an immigrant.
Yeah.
But when he went back to India, that India didn't exist anymore. It was completely different.
Yeah.
And so he ended up with my uncle in Dubai, and then he actually went to Australia. So my father ended up in Australia. I think partly because as a New Zealand citizen, you could live in Australia without a problem, but also because that then meant that he would be slightly close to us. So my dad ended up living in Sydney, and not till after my mission did I end up reconnecting with him. So this was a number of it, and we can talk about that. That has some real implications.
So I just want to do a snapshot and just ask you a few questions about your worldview by the time you graduate high school. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah.
So what was your perception of premortal existence and the purpose of life by the time you're graduating high school?
Okay, so a couple of things I should say about church college. It's a church high school, people are coming from all over the place, and when I first went there, I really struggled. The culture seemed really different. The people were different than the people in Wellington. I really had a hard time kind of integrating. Fortunately for me, I was brown, which gave me a huge amount of privilege at church college because most of the kids were. But I wasn't Māori or Pacific Islander, so I was kind of on the outer with that. But I could kind of code switch and fill in those gaps, I at the beginning I didn't have any friends. I remember one really distinctive time the student body president had given me a quote to say in assembly, and I thought that was great. I'm an outgoing kid, right? I'll say the opening quote. So I got up there and I said the opening quote in front of all of the student body, and the quote was, "To have a friend, you've got to be a friend." And when I said that, everybody laughed because I didn't realize it, but I didn't have any friends. And I don't think the guy was being mean to me. I think he was actually trying to teach me something, which was that, actually if I wanted to have friends, I needed to kind of make friends. But it was the first time in my life that I felt kind of lonely and out of sorts because I just didn't understand. Lots of the kids came from different parts of New Zealand. They seem to have this intrinsic connection to each other through various family, and I felt kind of on the outer. But in saying that, and being very homesick, I decided to stick it out, and I just found people, and I just loved people, and so eventually I became incredibly popular, I guess, to the point where my last year, which was I was 17, 18, I was made the student body president.
Of your high school.
Of my high school.
Yeah.
And, I embodied all of those things a good Mormon boy did. Like I was involved in everything. I was excited about everything. By this point, of course, seminary was in class, so I was really good at it. The gospel seemed really wonderful. Like I said, the missionary training centre was on campus, so we'd see kids who were previous years come back as missionaries, and I really wanted to do that. I really wanted to be a missionary. I was very close friends with the MTC president. I was in the student body presidency, which meant I had huge connections. People liked me. During that year, the principal of the school moved on to BYU Hawaii, and so the acting principal was actually Ian Arden. So he's now 70. And I was very close with him. We spent lots of time together. I had a fabulous experience. I loved it. I loved the church. I loved the gospel. Seminary was my jam. Everything made sense to me. I felt like it was the best thing ever. I got the Melchizedek priesthood organised. I went on my mission when I was 18 in New Zealand at that time. It was possible. Most people went when they were 19, but it was possible because the way that New Zealand high school finished, you finished and you were still quite young. So I was exactly 18 and a half when I went on my mission. And I went, because I got called to Auckland, I went to the NTC, the president of the MCC, who was a great friend of mine. I had a fabulous experience. Believed everything.
So was the culture at Church College Mormon? What, like, if we were to just sort of show up, is it like a BYU-esque? I know, but like, did it feel Mormon? Was it kind of like this place you go and you get intense conditioning, like you're feeling like you're living kind of Mormon conditioning through your days?
It did feel incredibly Mormon. Like everything was Mormon, right? We were in this little community. The teachers of the school were from the community, but we'd also have these wards that we were in. So we were in a student ward with people from the community.
Wow.
So we would see them, they might be our teacher during the week, and then they are our bishop on the weekend. The temple was right there, so we'd spend our days either going to the temple for baptisms or we would wander around the temple because it was a beautiful thing to do on a Sunday. The school and the community were enmeshed. I was only aware of like one teacher that wasn't a member of the church.
Wow. That's really something.
Yeah. seminary, school, church, community, or all enmeshed. In fact, it's probably the closest interconnections, probably even more so than maybe more like BYU Hawaii, where it's kind of set off to the side.
Yeah.
But I think it would be quite different from Provo,
Right.
Or perhaps even Idaho.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, cool. So I just want, because your worldview is going to be it's going to change quite considerably. I just want to take that snapshot of worldview. So hearing what I heard you just say, you eventually figured out some of the secrets to social interactions and ultimately were elected student body president of your very Mormon high school in New Zealand, which is kind of like a top star. You're kind of like a shining star of your generation, you know?
Yeah, it was. And in fact, it was even more so because being student body president wasn't like being elected. There wasn't a vote. It was a calling in the church almost. You got called to be the student body president. And I got to select my counselors. Like
That's so interesting.
In fact, the funny story was that I wasn't their first choice, but the person who was their first choice, his father wouldn't let him do it because it was just so involved, and he was worried that he would lose, wouldn't be able to keep his academic status. And then the next person they chose, one of the teachers objected to this, right? It's like a calling. And then I was the third choice, and I ticked all the boxes, and they let this kid from Wellington who didn't have really many connections be a leader. So there was a woman student body president, and a man, and we had counsellors, so there was a bit of a presidency, and we ran all of the activities at school. And I was fortunate to be enough, I was academic enough that I was still managed to keep my grades while also doing all of these other things. It was fun. It was so much fun.
Yeah.
And loved it.
So by the time you go on a mission, these can be kind of rifle bullet question answer kind of things. What was your worldview of sort of pre-existent life and why you were on the earth and why people were on the earth?
So I fully believed everything, I was in the production of Saturday's Warriors. So that's exactly my worldview of
what role did you play?
So funny story, the lead of the woman lead of the Saturday's Warriors was a really close friend of mine, and we were like best friends. She was so gorgeous. Lots of fun. She's a beautiful musician. Anyway, she needed. The church college decided to put on this production of Saturday's Warriors, and they had her as lead, and they were going to go on tour, so it was fabulous. And she needed somebody to help her with her costume changes, because she was on stage a lot and she needed to come off. So she needed a dedicated person to help her to change her clothes. She had like a swimsuit on, and I'd have her clothes ready and I'd put them on her. My role, my only walk-on role in this production was being the boyfriend that came on stage, hugged her, and then took her off stage. That was my role in Saturday's Warriors. And then otherwise I was backstage helping her prep for her next scene. And so I had a very, 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 very minor part in Saturday's Warriors.
Awesome.
But I loved that. And the philosophy of Saturday's Warriors, the idea that you were in heaven waiting to come to earth, and that you had this grand purpose and all these people you were supposed to meet. I totally accepted that as absolute gospel truth.
Okay. So you lived as spirits, just stated in a couple sentences.
Yep, lived as spirits with your heavenly Father that you were
Before you were born,
that you were born to a mortal family so that you could effectively go to school. This mortal life was your school life. You're leaving your heavenly parents, coming here, and then after school you would get to return back to your heavenly parents.
When you died.
And
so the role of the church, would have been what in your worldview?
So the role of the church was a manuscript for how to, go to school well. They were the teachers, I guess, and you were in learning from the church the things that would make you the most successful at school, so that you could return back to your Heavenly Father.
And so Joseph Smith was
the ultimate teacher. He was the prophet, the person that you revered, who knew the way, so you would follow him.
And the Book of Mormon was
Scripture. It was the blueprint for how you would make this happen.
written by
God. Through ancient prophets who determined that these were the things that were important.
that were living where?
In the Americas.
Yeah.
Because America is the promised land.
And who were the Lamanites, and were you included in that?
Yeah, so that's a really interesting question. So the Book of Mormon obviously talks about Nephites and Lamanites. The Lamanites are the brown-skinned savages who end up becoming the people who are left over after this great war. So in New Zealand, Lamanites were understood to be the Polynesian people, so Māori and Pacific Islanders, and so there was a bit of kudos. There was a bit of pride in being a Lamanite, and in New Zealand, where it was predominantly a brown church, actually being a Lamanite was valued. One of the things I found really fascinating, and it's a sideline story, but when I came and lived in the States for a little while, I recognised that I read the Book of Mormon differently in New Zealand than in the United States, because the heroes were different. In New Zealand, the heroes are the Lamanites. While, they're the bad guys of the Book of Mormon, they end up being there at the very end. And they're the ones that are blessed. And they're the ones that, do things like lay down their weapons of war. They're there's some great Lamanite hero stories.
Like the stripling warriors, were they Lamanites?
Stripling warriors were Lamanites as well. So,
Yeah.
and those were the kind of stories that in New Zealand, when you're reading the Book of Mormon, you identify, this is my people. And while I wasn't a Lamanite, because I'm from India, because I was brown, I kind of managed to code switch into that too, right? I was able to go, there's some privilege in being brown in New Zealand. And I certainly embodied that.
Got it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't without its problems too, because there's a significant European population in New Zealand, and there are some tricky interracial kind of messages that the church had. And so some of the girls I was quite interested in and were good friends of mine, when it came time to kind of date them, their families weren't so excited about the fact that I was brown. So that had some other implications.
Got it. Okay. And so we've talked about this before, but Maoris, who were some of the indigenous people of New Zealand, would have self-identified as Lamanites because somehow they were included along with the Native Americans as descendants of Laman and Lemuel, dark-skinned, blood of Israel, according to the Book of Mormon. You would have had dark skin, but your mom would have been white, and so would you have wanted to identify with the Lamanites? But it's like, yeah, I'm dark, but I'm not a Lamanite. Like, I'm just curious about that. Or I'm a Lamanite. I don't care, the technicalities of it.
Well, at Church College, being brown was being cool too. So I wanted to be cool. So I kind of fitted into that quite well. But I could code switch, right? Because I had, I felt European. My experience in Wellington was European. So I could be both. And that made me very valuable. I think there's something really special to know about Māori and Pacific Islanders too, because I guess part of their tradition and that idea that they're Lamanites is also steeped in some benefit. For instance, the whole idea of Lamanites in the Pacific comes from the idea of Hagoth going north and being, put out into the Pacific and never being heard from before.
And Haygoth is a Book of Mormon character.
Book of Mormon character,
Right.
yes.
Okay.
An explorer, somebody who takes the people from the south into the North Country. And that idea of the Polynesians, the Māori and Pacific Islanders, being from Haygoth is also an idea in the Book of Mormon of being led to a promised land. So if you thought of Lamanites as being privileged, the Polynesians are the most privileged Lamanites. They're the ones that perhaps were the most righteous, who were taken from America to the Isles of the Sea. And so, being a Lamanite in New Zealand is seen as a valued thing. And certainly you can read the Book of Mormon with the lens that, gosh, I'm a Lamanite and I've been privileged. I've been, been singled out and taken to these beautiful, Pacific islands like Samoa and Tonga and New Zealand, and these are gorgeous places to live. And gosh, I feel that privilege all the time whenever I travel, and particularly when I come to Utah. People talk to me, and here I'm from New Zealand, and they tell me about how they've always wanted to go there, or that's where they served their mission, or that's where they went on a cruise, or where they went on their honeymoon. New Zealand is a privileged place. And so I feel lucky to be there.
But here's the catch. To Joseph Smith in the Book of Mormon, blood ancestry matters. Literal blood ancestry matters. Mm-hmm. You didn't have Maori blood ancestry. You had Indian ancestry, right?
Correct.
So did you still identify as a Lamanite?
Oh, I personally, I didn't identify as a Lamanite, but I saw the value and felt like I kind of get to sit on the sidelines and
maybe
adopted. Yeah,
you were like an adopted Lamanite.
Yeah, it's kind of like getting your patriarchal blessing, right? And finding out that you're I'm from the house of Joseph, so I didn't even specify. But the idea that you're adopted into this, and I always felt very adopted into the Mormon communities in New Zealand, and was very valued.
And something that became really important to Gina Colvin later. How did you think about the United States of America relative to other countries in the world as a Mormon, graduating high school student?
Well, certainly in New Zealand, it is, in the Mormon world, America is it, right? So America is the promised land. America is our Mecca. And we had a lot of people, even at church college, we had American teachers. We had an American style school.
The Osmonds were a big deal.
The American culture. In New Zealand, I grew up with two TV channels. One was basically an American TV channel, and the other was an English TV channel.
Oh.
So I learned to speak American early on in the piece, but, I grew up. Oh, the funny story was when I heard that Ezra Taft Benson was the president of the church, I thought that he was black because I'd grown up watching Benson. Oh. Remember the Americans
the butler or whatever.
The butler.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that Ezra Taft Benson was white. I was a young kid, right? Of course, didn't know much, but I thought he was black because Benson.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was kind of your worldview. You were part of God's One True Church as an adopted Lamanite in New Zealand. You're on top of the world.
Yeah. Oh, and it felt great, and I wanted to go on my mission because that change that had happened in our family and this coming to the true church was something that I wanted to do for other families. Mm-hmm. Felt that is a real responsibility. That I really tapped into that. Because I've been given much, I too must give. That was a really salient message, and that I had this great value, this great experience. This knowledge of the true church that I then needed to share with others.
So how would you summarize your mission experience? Or were there important stories from that?
Fabulous. I had a great experience. At first when I got my call to Auckland, because I was from New Zealand, that was a bit disappointing because I was hoping to go somewhere a bit more exciting. But after I got my call, lots of the missionaries from the north of New Zealand were being called to the south and vice versa. And so many of my friends who were kind of on the edge of wanting to go on a mission, they recognised that the chance of them going to Auckland was really high. So they got excited about going on a mission. So that disappointment of not going somewhere exotic or somewhere different actually lent its way to being, oh, I'm going somewhere close by. My friends will inevitably come here too. That was a really good thing. And then, of course, because I'd been at church college, every ward I went to, there was somebody that I knew. I knew the kids that I went to school with. Sometimes they were from part member families, and I would go and teach their families and help convert them. So, people knew me as Ganesh, but then they appreciated me as a missionary. I had a fabulous time. One of the most important realizations I had, one of the kids I went to church college with ended up being one of my companions, which was lovely. But at first it was a bit out of the box because he and I didn't really get on at school. We were quite in two different camps. I was really in. He didn't seem like he was. I was really academic. He didn't seem like he was. He was very good looking. I wasn't that good looking. He was this gorgeous Māori boy who was very charismatic, and I was a bit gangly, So we did not associate in the same circles. And then I got to be his trainer. So I got to be his first companion, and he was this beautiful, amazing, kind, compassionate guy. His name's Matt Marsh. And I felt like I had really misjudged him at school, and he was this incredible person that I had completely overlooked. And he changed my mission in some profound ways. One is that every morning we would get up and do our study and things, and he would always give me a hug, and he did that every morning religiously, and it really changed the way I related to my future missionary companions. He became an incredibly good friend. But I think the thing that changed me the most was that I had this perception of him which was completely wrong. And coming to terms with the fact that I could be completely wrong when I felt so smart was really a transformative piece of the missionary work. And even just in going to see some people's houses and, because I came with that idea of I've got something that I can give to you, but that idea that I could get so much from the people that I was teaching or in their homes really transformed my way that I interacted with other people, because I wanted to know what was going on in their lives and what they had that was special that I could relate to. And it made me a better missionary. It made me a better person. In fact, it meant that when I came home from my mission, I changed what I wanted to do. I really was interested in kind of science, and I decided that actually I wanted to deal more with people. So I changed my course, really.
Would you say that your mission strengthened your Mormon testimony?
Yep, absolutely. I was all in, and it was brilliant.
And were you influenced at all by kind of Joseph Fielding Smith, Bruce R. McConkie Mormonism, kind of the more orthodox, hardcore, doctrinal Mormonism?
Yes, absolutely. I even before I went on my mission, I'd read answers to gospel questions, and Bruce R. McConkie's Mormon Doctrine was really pivotal work for me. I read them. I was felt like these people had the answers, and I had the answers too because I'd read their books.
So that would mean things like the earth was 6,000 years old, not billions of years old, that Adam and Eve were the first humans, that Noah's Ark and, was a literal story, that, the black people in the world, were less valiant in the pre-existence, and that's why God turned their skin black because of the curse of Cain. Those would have been the types of things that you would have learned and the type of worldview you would have assumed. Does that all sound accurate or not so much?
That's very accurate. I all of those things. I mean, I don't know that I thought about them too deeply, but absolutely thought that everything that the church was saying was accurate, that it was historical, that it was literal, that it it really had a handle on these things. I probably didn't investigate them too deeply, but on the surface they felt right, true.
Okay. Okay, so should we go on to post-mission? Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think one other thing just about the mission, and probably even the temple, I probably should just go back just a sec. So
you'd have went through the temple around what year?
So I went in 1991.
So after the big changes.
After the big changes. And there's something really interesting in the dynamic of the temple in New Zealand, because there's one temple and it's in Hamilton, which is 7 hours away from Wellington, which means you can't just go for the afternoon, right? The part of my integral part of being a youth in New Zealand was going on temple trips, often over a weekend. We would have a temple bus every month that would go overnight. We would go to the temple in the middle of the night, like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, because we'd, start from Wellington at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We'd get up to the temple at 1 o'clock in the morning. We'd do baptisms in the middle of the night. The adults were doing sessions, endowment sessions, and then we'd get on the bus at 7 o'clock in the morning, and we'd travel back to Wellington, and we'd be back there Saturday night. Mm-hmm. So this was, the temple, going to the temple, spending hours and weekends going was a integral form. I took out my endowments at 2 o'clock in the morning. I travelled up on the temple bus. 6 days before I went on my mission, I went through the temple in the middle of the night. I stayed up in Hamilton because that's where the MTC was, and I just didn't come back on the bus. I stayed up there for the next few days before I went into the MTC. But I loved the temple. I know that lots of people kind of got in there and felt it was weird and unusual and out of sorts, but I loved it. I got in there and I felt like I was part of this, secret club. And in fact, the temple wasn't even that shocking to me. I was reading the Old Testament, going up to the temple, thinking that we were going to do like blood sacrifices and stuff. And so when I went to the temple and there wasn't that, it was kind of a little bit mild. I was a little disappointed. But the temple became a really important place. I quite liked the ritual, even though it was different from being a normal member on a Sunday. I liked the meditative time in the temple. I liked the fact that it was a beautiful building and it felt like it was my home. I recognised much later in the piece, one of the things I loved most about the temple was guilt-free, child-free time. Because if you're living in Wellington and the temple's in Hamilton, the only way you go to the temple is if your spouse, lets you go, because it's a lot of time out of family time. But the temple was a place that you could go and feel, welcomed. So the temple I had a great experience. My mission was a great experience. I connected with lots of people from around the country, including companions who were from New Zealand, but also had a lot of American companions and Australian companions, and it set me up to be able to kind of tour the world, because I had a place to go anywhere I wanted to go. And probably the most important thing that happened on mission, of course, was that I met my spouse.
Oh.
So she was a missionary from Seattle. She'd obviously got a better mission call than to her own country. And we became good friends, which meant that much later on in the piece we connected again.
How about that? Okay, a really quick question. as you are using words like amazing and about your experiences basically from church, college, kind of on now with your mission, here's my question for you. When I'm thinking about you as a teen through your mission, it feels like you were kind of put on, if we look at kind of how a lot of our Mormon upbringings are, we're usually with our families still through our teen years. Oftentimes we aren't in an all Mormon environment. So we're going to school, for many of us outside Utah, we'll just say, with people from different backgrounds. We have family members. I had family members that weren't Mormon. And this, I think, naturally created some observations I had that infiltrated my Mormon upbringing, right? So I was curious about, I actually had exposure to really good people who weren't Mormon that then made me kind of have, so I guess my question for you is, given that you were kind of put on this bullet train, if all of us are on like a train, because we're conditioned, we're conditioned to our families, we're conditioned going to church on Sunday, but you're literally, a lot of your experience once you hit church college, right, is Mormon conditioning. It is basically a full throttle 24/7 Mormon experience. Did you have moments where you had a gay friend or you had that kind of infiltrated some of these aspects of, let's just say, I don't know, the Mormon conditioning that brought you to a place of like, I don't know about that, or that's a little bit inconsistent with, this way of looking at things. Did you have experiences like that?
Yes, definitely had those. I had a lot of friends who were non-members, not members of the church. So I had deep friends who were operating outside of Mormonism. Some of them were Christian, so they kind of were wary of the church and let me kind of know that. I had a friend who was who I found out was gay, who came out to me. Actually, he was really afraid of coming out to me because he felt like I would change our relationship. And I don't know, I always felt like even though these church things were going on and I was certainly buying into them as being, absolutely the truth, at the same time I had this other experiential side where I was connecting with people as people and valuing them as people. So I might have not seen the path they were on as being overly great or valuable, but I love them as people, and I could slightly make I guess it's in Mormondom, it's that kind of like, it'll all be sorted out in the eternities, and that kind of idea of I don't have to think too deeply about the conflict here. I can love this person as a person and where they are at in their lives and not have too many conflicts in my dissonance about that. Mm-hmm. So I don't remember feeling overly challenged in that area. I certainly felt like the church was true and it was great, and all of these other things would be sorted, and I didn't necessarily have to worry about it or push back on something that didn't align.
Okay.
The only one exception to that is the priesthood ban, because I didn't think I understood this till I was a teenager and some people were talking, and I really felt conflicted in that because I was brown, and had already done that navigation between my European world and my ethnic cultural world, and so that didn't sit easy to me. But I just believed, I believed that it would all work out, that there was some greater plan that God had that was going on, and as a brown person in New Zealand, it didn't affect me on a day-to-day basis. Mm-hmm. Oh, although funny story, our ward in Wellington, when that announcement in 1978 happened, it happened on a Sunday, and in the States, but New Zealand is is a day ahead, right? We're in the future. I've just come from the future to tell you what it is. So in Wellington Ward, that next weekend, they ordained somebody, a black member, to the priesthood, a young fella. He was just a teenager. They ordained him to the priesthood. I think he was the first person in the world. Because we were, just the way that the timing worked out.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm kind of hearing, and then I was going to ask you, amidst your teen years as well, up to your mission, if you had anything on the inside now, so less about external people you knew or things that kind of came in conflict with your Mormon world and Mormon brain. How about on the inside? Parts, aspects of feeling sexual feelings, or, how you came to view your own identity. Did you have anything emerge in you in those years? What I'm trying to get at is what fit you had. Was it just an amazing fit for those years where you had very little dissonance overall, or did you have now within yourself these moments of like dissonance about like, well, I do feel this, so I've gotta, or I do actually have these feelings that go up against the teachings in some way, or were you fully merged?
I was pretty fully merged. In saying that, I did, there were contradictions, I really liked girls. So I didn't have that LGBTQ concern, but I had feelings. I wanted to act on them. Those were exciting things for me, and there was a bit of scrupulosity when I kind of did things like masturbation or mucked around with girls, and so there was certainly some shame. Certainly some doubt. There were certainly lots of visits to the bishop, confessing things, and that release of feeling worried. Actually, that gave me the sense that this was real, that it was true, and also that I wasn't perfect in this, but. I always had really high self-esteem, so even when I was low or when I felt like I was wrong, I managed to climb out of that quite quickly. And confessing to the bishop was something that followed that process, and it felt like a real lightening. So it felt very validating as a process, a repentance process.
Yes, just follow the steps and.
I think there were a few things that I recognised too. There were a few scandals at Church College while I was there. So
of what nature? Just
there was the boys and girls. This is a boarding school, right? So boys and girls got together, and sometimes there were teenage pregnancies. So that was problematic. There were a couple of scandals between students and the wider community, adults in the community. So I was aware that just because the church had all these wonderful things and people were really trying hard to live them, that it didn't always play out that way. People made mistakes. Sometimes they were, quite public mistakes. So in the scheme of things, I guess I felt like my stuff was my stuff, and I got hard on myself at times, but otherwise I was feeling good. So that validated the fact that I felt like I must be on the right track.
Yeah.
And there was one of my friends who kind of read anti-Mormon literature, and I could see that things had changed for him, and I didn't want to go down that road. Like there was a real conscious effort to stay away from things that were problematic. And I was a good kid. Like I really was good. Like I didn't do many things at all. Like I wasn't interested in smoking and drinking. The one time I stole, I felt terrible. It wasn't really me. the girls thing was me, but it wasn't. It didn't occupy a big space. I really fitted in well, incredibly well, maybe too well.
So let's see. Should we go to your marriage and then building a life with your wife? You said you met your wife on your mission.
Yes, so we were friends. We got on well together. Actually, she quite liked my companion. Ended up going on a date with him when she got home. But I actually, there's a big gap between that. There's 3 years difference between when we finished our missions.
Okay.
I'll talk about that in a minute. But so I went back to Wellington. I wanted to be near my mother.
After your mission.
Yeah, because I'd been...
Had you served like as AP on the mission?
No, I hadn't. I had been, I really had only been a district leader.
Oh, wow. So that wasn't the hyperachievement that you had experienced in the college, right?
No, but it was like my mission president loved me. And I think he kept me in as a district leader so that I could be in as a missionary. Like I really felt like it wasn't the fact that I couldn't have been AP or zone leader. It was just that I was so good at a kind of a really base level, and I love that. And I'm not particularly ambitious. Like I don't want to be things. I just am. And if nobody else is doing them, then I'll do them. But I'm pretty happy that if somebody's really good at doing something, and they're there and they're doing them, that I'm happy to let them do it. I would rather be,
Really?
I'd rather be number 2 or number 3. I like filling in the gaps. I learned early on in the piece, and then maybe through my academics, that it was really hard to be number 1. You had to work incredibly hard, and you're always worried about being toppled from that. But I could be 2 or 3 or 4, on lots of different things.
And it's a lot less stressful.
It's a lot less stressful, and it's a lot more fun. I could be the best, in physics in church college, but that meant that I could, I couldn't do much else. But I could be a decent student body president and have generally quite good academics and be across the board in lots of things. And not have to be first.
Nice.
So, and that's kind of how I've lived my life. I'd rather be down the totem pole a little bit.
So you were saying that there were a few years between the end of your mission and you getting married. What were the important elements to your Mormon story?
Well, I think that one was that the mission had changed me to really focus on people, and that was my great love. And so I'd done a lot of science and maths at church college. I excelled at those things, and those sort of things that I thought I might like to do. But after a mission, I decided I really wanted to work with people in business. So I went and did a kind of a bridging course to learn about accounting and marketing and all of those kinds of things. And then I made a conscious effort to stay in Wellington, because by this point I'd been away from home for 5 years.
Yeah.
I've been at church college for 3, and I'd been on a mission for 2. I really had left a lot of my formative life away from my home. While I was when I was on my mission, my sister, who was 4 years younger than me, she went to church college, and she never came back from there. So I ended up going back to Wellington to be with my mother and be in Wellington. So I went to university there, even though I had some options to go to BYU Hawaii, and I started at university and did some of the physics and maths that I had been really good at. But then I also did business. So I did 3 degrees. I did a commercial law degree, a accounting degree, and also I swapped my science from physics and maths through to psychology, because physics and maths became really hard, and all of the pretty girls were in psychology, and I wanted to explore that part. So I did all those things, and then, like I said before, I reconnected with my father, who was now in Sydney, And so I went to visit him and see him after 6 or 7 years that I hadn't seen him. And that was a really good reunion. We'd been writing over the time, but actually to see each other in person. And he'd kind of become slightly homeless in Sydney, which was tricky. But seemed to work out okay. And so I went to Sydney a number of times to kind of connect with him and be with him. And then towards the end of the time I was at university, I decided to do a bit of a world trip and go to visit. I had some family in Canada, so I wanted to see them, and also I wanted to see the United States and see this place that was the promised land. So I went to Toronto and to Ottawa and saw some of my Indian family, extended family. And then, I should also tell you that when I was 16, I got to go to Dubai to visit my uncle who was there, and he introduced me to my Indian family that I had not met. And then right after my mission, he paid for me to go to India. So my sister and I went to India and met. I got this Indian identity that I had never really kind of connected with before.
Yeah.
Which was really significant and really important and really special. And all of my family in India were exceptional. Like, not only were they really personable, they were incredibly intelligent, well-educated, lots of doctorates in the family. My grandmother, my step-grandmother, she had a doctorate in physics. And so my Indian family were incredible. My mother's family in New Zealand were farmers who were salt of the earth people, and my Indian family were this incredibly dynamic, powerful people who were education. So it was a really lovely thing to discover and to feel like that was part of me too. Really changed my worldview and gave me an identity as an Indian that I never had before.
Yes.
I grew up as a Kiwi, New Zealander, European, even though my skin colour suggested that I had ethnic leanings.
Yeah.
But feeling like, oh gosh, I'm Indian, and these people are me, and these are beautiful people who loved me. And I had some legacy there. I was the oldest grandson, and I was carrying on the family name. Like I had this, it was almost like finding out that you were royalty, like later on in life, the Princess Diaries kind of thing. It was really a pivotal moment in my life.
How old were you?
So that was straight after my mission. I was 20 years old.
Wow. That's so beautiful, the way you describe it. I can really only imagine the significance of that. It's like you've lived a piece of your identity for, years and years, kind of in New Zealand, and then you get this whole other piece of yourself that kind of fills out. It's really, really beautiful. You kind of skimmed over your dad, and kind of when you meet up with your dad, that he was houseless. Can you just feel like, were you aware of that when you went to visit him? That were you aware of how he was living and on how was that for you to see that? And do you see it as like a lack of support that he has or had throughout his life, kind of being a transplant, being someone in a culture that's not, like, how do you view that? I'm kind of curious how that was for you.
It was a bit confronting. Like I wanted to see him, and I wasn't sure of the circumstance. And when I got to Sydney after my mission, I was, there was a bit of trepidation there. But he was living in a kind of a halfway house. So it was a place where, kind of like a boarding house for people who were on the margins. And I hadn't seen him for a long time, but we'd communicated. So it was really interesting seeing him in that space. I should add that growing up, he'd had some mental health issues. I had gone to see him in the psychiatric hospital when I was growing up. And so I knew that he had some long-seated issues, some trauma. And seeing him in that space, I was young, 20 years old. I don't know that I appreciated it, but I could understand that things were tricky. And I wasn't in a position where I could make much sense of that. But I had a lot of compassion for him. And I was fortunate. I had some, these friends from church college who were from Australia. I stayed with them, and I would just kind of train into the city to see him and spend some hours with him, and then train back. So it was a good opportunity to not have. I couldn't stay with him anyway because he wasn't in that position, but it allowed me to engage with him, get a feel for him, but then also go back, retreat to this place of safety, this Mormon place of safety too, where everything was in the right place. So
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm seeing your development, your identity development, and your development of life experiences. That's quite a rich set of experiences. I guess I wanted to pause and just say, I was talking to someone at lunch yesterday who felt traumatized by their Mormon church experiences, and she happened to be a woman, and we talked about how privilege can really affect your views of your Mormon upbringing, and how it's, in spite of being excommunicated and being viewed as the Mormon church's top enemy, Mormon Voldemort, I still think of my Mormon experiences more fondly than not fondly. And I tend to think of the Mormon church's influence in the world as more positive than negative. And my viewers and listeners sometimes get really mad when I say that. When I think about what the church meant to you, based on what I've heard you say so far, when I think about what could have happened to a boy born from an Indian father and a New Zealand mother whose parents split up when he was 11 and his dad ended up homeless, you could have had a very different story by the time you're in your early 20s. But it sounds like largely because of your Mormon upbringing, you were kind of on top of the world, so to speak, in your early 20s. Do you think of the Mormon church, especially as it related to how it supported your mom and your family once your dad left? Do you think of your Mormon experience as being phenomenally positive to your, helping you reach adulthood in a healthy, happy way?
Yes, definitely. Overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah.
There were bits and pieces, but of course, I fit well. I seem to do everything right. I got huge amounts of privilege in the community, and it felt good. And the things that were out of place were often things that were outside of the Mormon space, like the relationship with my dad. So, I had all of this hope for the future because I had been invested in the church, and there was a pathway, right? I'd done my Mormon mission. I was, I wanted to get married. I wanted to have children. These are things that felt possible going forward. I had lots of friends. I had great experiences. Yeah, it was all going pretty nicely. Really.
Living the New Zealand Mormon dream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There were a few upsets, but generally pretty good.
I was going to say that promise of Mormonism is, I just think it's hard to overestimate that. I think it's really powerful, right? The promise of what it could be, of what it could offer with regard to purpose, family,
Yeah, I just ticked lots of boxes that made me feel like it was just all coming true.
That's right. It's right there. You can touch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so should we go to your marriage and young family now?
So when I, towards the end of my university time, I decided to do a trip to North America, visit some of these extended family who had ended up on the continent. I went to Toronto and Ottawa, and then while I was in Ottawa, I actually got a hold of Lindy's phone number. She's in Seattle. And I rang her. I said, "Look, I'm on your continent. I'm not planning to come to Seattle, but if you do you have any suggestions? Is it possible we could meet up?" And she said, "Oh, actually, I'm going to be in Utah later in the month." And I said, "Well, actually, I'm planning to be there that time, so maybe we could meet up." I'd found out that she had been doing some student teaching in Washington, D.C., and I really wanted to visit D.C. So I got some contacts from her. I actually went down to New York and New Jersey because I had a second cousin there, a grand auntie who was there, who had met in India, and she was living there, and so I spent some time there. I went to DC, met her friends. One of her friends was actually driving across the country to Utah, so I got a ride with him, and we went via Kirtland. So I went to Church Historical Site, and then I got to Utah, and Lindy had come to visit her grandparents who were in Utah, and she stuck around in Utah so she could meet with me. There was some guy that she was interested in that she was trying to connect with. Anyway, we connected. It was, just like old friends. It had been 3 years since we'd seen each other, and we really hadn't had any contact in that time. But it felt great, and it was fun, and I ended up flying home to her parents' house in Seattle, so I met them as part of a side trip that I wasn't planning to go on, but it just worked out. And while I was there, it just felt great. So I proposed.
Oh.
And she said no. And she said, but just feeling like such an adventure. And I proposed again. And she said no. And then we went to the temple in Seattle, and I proposed again. And she said yes. And then I said, "Oh, I'm not sure." Like it was. But we agreed to kind of meet up again in San Diego. I went back to Utah and continued my trip. I had lots of friends here from ex-companions and people that I'd met that I spent time with in Utah. I went down to Arizona, met her grandparents, went over to San Diego, and she flew from Seattle and met me there, and we went to the temple in San Diego, which was like Disneyland. And then we actually went to Disneyland. We had this great time. Went to Malibu. I was feeling pretty good. We went and got a ring from the pawn shop in Malibu.
Now that sounded like porn shop.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Pawn shop.
This is a very...
Pawn shop.
I can't say the
You
word.
asked me to mention that.
Yeah, so pawn shop.
Pawn shop. No, I like how you said it better. Say it again.
Pawn shop.
Okay.
Either or.
P-A-W-N rather than P-O-R-E.
All right.
He got a ring.
Yeah.
He got a ring.
I got a ring. Proposed again. We said, yes, we'll get married. And then I flew from there to Sydney, actually, to see my father. It's a long flight from LA to Sydney, 15 hours. And then and she flew back to Seattle. And then we didn't see each other for another 3 months.
So how long was that span when you were together?
So we met up, I think, just after New Year's, and we flew back. I flew back to New Zealand probably the end of January, beginning of February.
So a month?
A month.
Kind of a month.
Month kind of courting. We had been friends, so that was really nice. And the other really interesting thing was that her parents had come to pick her up from her mission, and my mission straddled her mission. So I started before her and ended after her. but we were friends. And so when she was travelling through New Zealand with her parents, she asked me if there was anybody that she could stay with in Wellington. I said, why don't you go stay with my mother? So her parents had met my mother many years prior and had loved New Zealand. And so Lindy's a little bit older than me, of course, because I was 18 when I went out and she was 21. And by this point, of course, this is 3 years later, she's 26. She hadn't got married, and she was an independent woman who'd lived in DC and gone to BYU here at Provo. So she was an independent person, and gosh, even when we were together, her parents were kind of, mildly excited that she would have this connection to New Zealand that they'd loved. So I went back to university, and my first kind of break, I flew to Vancouver. She picked me up. We drove through the border. They asked me why I was in the States. I said, I'm here to get married. They said, oh, that's a bit, what are you doing? Oh, no, we're going back to New Zealand. So we had a week together. She was still kind of humming and hawing whether she'd actually go through with this. But we got married and sealed in the Seattle temple. My mother and my sister came. My sister was young, so she couldn't go through the temple. But my mother came, and our grand auntie and her son from New Jersey, they flew over for the, being the Indian side at the wedding. So those were my only family. She had a big family. We had a reception in Tacoma, and then we had a brief stint, honeymoon, and we flew back to New Zealand.
Wow.
Love it.
It's a whirlwind of a
It was a whirlwind.
Of a love
We went from not seeing each other for 3 years to being married in 3 months. Most of that over long distance.
Yeah.
So we managed to avoid some of the pitfalls of other couples because we really just didn't have any opportunities. It was a big leap of faith for her, for me, kind of melding our cultures. One of the interesting things that happened when we got married in the temple, one of her friends said to her, are you sure you're okay to marry Ganesh, because of the racial thing? So it was really interesting that still was, an issue for some people. I mean, my parents were interracial marriage. I didn't have a problem with that. And intercultural marriage and international marriage. So those things didn't worry me, but they obviously worried some of Lindy's friends. Effectively, I went to the States like my mother had gone on a trip before and come back with a souvenir, and it actually kind of was interesting that worked out like that.
Yeah. I mean, I do think it's kind of interesting that you got that. It sounds like on the American side. Was that a friend, an American?
Yes.
The thing about the race as opposed to a...
In fact, one of the oddities about getting married to an American and living in New Zealand was that suddenly my status in New Zealand went up because I had an American wife.
Oh, interesting.
So I wouldn't have picked it, but 6 months from the time I got back, so I'm 23, Lindy's 26, I get called into the High Council within 6 months in Wellington.
Oof.
The state president was somebody I knew and he liked me, but I was now in the High Council. I was a high priest. I got a lot of kudos. And, Lindy is an American, but also because she's just a very dynamic woman, very capable. We became a little bit of a power couple in Wellington, which upset a few people because, she was made the Relief Society president and she's like in her late 20s and there's these older stalwart women who, so there's not without its kind of little idiosyncrasies and challenges, but we certainly gathered some, notoriety, and we were looking pretty sharp.
Mm-hmm.
And was it more, do you think, was it the American or white or both? Like if
well, I think it was probably more the American.
Okay.
That she was from this American church, and
it's interesting.
Our ward is fascinating in the sense that it's in Wellington City, so we get a lot of international people come, and oftentimes if they're American and they're coming, and they're Mormons, these are like really top-notch people. So Americans, and of course we've got American missionaries, so Americans in New Zealand are seen to be really incredible because they're often the top echelon, right? They're professional people, they're the top of their field. Look, in our ward we have ambassadors and university lecturers and because Wellington's the home of movies in New Zealand, so we had movie executives and like the Americans that came to our ward were incredible people, incredibly well connected, incredibly proficient at what they did, absolutely intelligent. So I think New Zealand has a really, or particularly the membership in New Zealand, have a really inflated view of America because the Americans, the Mormon Americans that they know are really high end.
Mm-hmm.
They're not the
riffraff.
Not the riffraff. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't appreciate that.
No, we're all that smart.
Yeah,
Ganesh.
I know.
We're all that smart and cool.
Absolutely.
Are we?
So when Lindy came, she was, she had she came with a lot of kudos, and I benefited from marrying an American.
Yeah.
Which I didn't even consider that was the case. It wasn't why we got married, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Would that still be true, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's still true.
Still true.
I've certainly seen that, another painful story. So I said before that I dated some girls that were from prominent Mormon homes who were European. And one of them, her parents were not very excited about me dating her. And they almost were very interested in their children going to the States and marrying an American. Because that would, because it's the Mecca. This is the gospel, and
Okay.
and that was actually quite tricky to navigate. Not that I was cognizant of the American thing so much, but that idea that I wasn't worthy because I was from a convert background, because I was brown, because I hadn't really been tested in the church. So
let's imagine you and Liddy, right?
Lindy.
Lindy, you and Lindy, about to get married or right after you're married. Let's imagine you like lying down in the grass or in bed or on the couch, looking up into the sky, envisioning what your Mormon life was going to be, like what the key milestones would be in your wildest dreams. How would it play out in terms of kids, in terms of callings, in terms of career, in terms of like service in the church? How would you have probably both envisioned it all working out, the Mormon dream, as your life were to continue? In other words, what was kind of your contract or your hopes or your dreams entering into this Mormon marriage together?
That's such a great question.
Well, I think that we wanted to do it. We wanted to follow the plan.
List all the things.
So we were gonna have a gaggle of children. We were gonna have a biggish family.
A quiverful.
A quiverful. Lindy, it's just me and my sister. For Lindy, she only had a brother, natural brother, and her parents had adopted 2 kids. So they always wanted more. So the idea of having a big family was certainly on the cards. I wanted to be, useful. One of my major values as being useful. So being useful to my surroundings, my community, to the church, all of those things. I think we absolutely envisioned, because we'd been missionaries, that we would in the future go on a couple missionary, that would certainly be the case.
So possibly become a bishop or stake president or even a general authority, maybe.
Well, I don't ever think that I thought that might be the case. Maybe bishop. But I didn't really have, I just wanted to be useful, wherever that was.
Okay.
I didn't have necessarily any ambition, and neither did Lindy. We just wanted to be happy and healthy and have a good experience, raise these beautiful children in the gospel, and they would do the milestones that we would do, right? Go on missions, get married in the temple, do all of those things. So that was kind of the idea. Yeah.
And your kids would eventually what in the church?
My ones now.
No,
no. They would do the things. They would absolutely.
What were the things?
They would get the priesthood. They would go on missions. They would, get married in the temple. They would have children of their own. We would just repeat the cycle.
Okay.
Rinse and repeat.
Over and over.
That was the dream.
That was the dream.
Okay. So how many years between you getting married and you becoming a Mormon bishop?
8, 9 years.
Wow. So within 10 years of coming home from your mission, you had achieved you'd become a Mormon bishop in your ward, and not a non-influential ward, right?
Correct. It'd be, I was 32, I think. So it's 12 years after my mission.
Okay.
But
that's a young bishop.
It's a young bishop. Although in our area that wasn't necessarily unheard of. I guess lots of bishops were in their 30s. They tended to be in their 30s, so it wasn't unusual. But I had a big lead up to that. Like I was in the High Council, I said, first off. And then, of course, we started having children, pretty much straight away. And we have 5 boys. 5 boys in 8 years.
Is that a gaggle? I think that qualifies. Yeah.
And in New Zealand, that's a massive family, right? Mm-hmm. Two's big, or 2 or 3's big. So
and that's a lot of kids in a short amount of time.
Yes. And we were busy. We were so busy. And I was on the High Council, and then soon after that, I was on various bishoprics. I was on 3 different bishoprics before I was the bishop. And because Wellington is a really special place, but it's very spread out, and it's very diverse, and it's hard work. It's not like a ward where you might have 100 households and let's say 4 or 5 people in each household, so there's 500 people. This is a ward where lots of people are single. People are coming there for university. They're coming there for careers. It's not quite a big family ward, or at least wasn't by this point. There are 350 households, and there are 500 people. Right, most people are single homes with one person in them. So it's quite different, and it just wore out bishops. So our bishops would last 2 or 3 years, and then you'd have to get another one. It's just too hard on a family, and so I was a councillor on the bishopric for a good 8 years. Through 3 different bishops. Wow.
Do you want to talk about, is it okay to jump to what it was like to be a Mormon bishop? And did you make it the full 5 years, or are there?
Yes. So I guess one of the significant parts of that, which is a great Mormon story, is Wellington is, like I said, so diverse. It's the capital city, so it includes government. It's got ambassadors. We had ambassadors who were members of the church, university professors, and everything else. So we had, people who had doctorates, and people who were illiterate, people who were millionaires, and people who had next to nothing. Like it's such a diverse word. and people from all over the world. When I was the bishop, I had a counsellor who was from kind of Scottish ancestry, so he's got, he's fair as anything with red hair. And then I had a guy who was from South Africa. He's, would be called mixed race, but he's, black South African. So, so there's on the bishopric, and I was the bishop. It was all of the colours of the spectrum of human experience, which was just so beautiful and reminiscent of our ward. When I was a counsellor, we had this gal come to Wellington, and she was really sharp, and we made her I was in charge of the young adults, so we made her the young adult leader. Her name was Jacinda Ardern. And so I spent a lot of time.
For those who don't know, she became the Prime Minister of New Zealand, and not just the Prime Minister of New Zealand, one of the most popular political figures in modern history, I think. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
And just recently stepped down, right? Yeah.
She's an incredible person. Although she just seemed like a normal young adult to me, really. But we used to...
Really?
Yeah.
She didn't strike you as some prodigy or...
No, she was just down to earth, really capable, just extremely capable. That's why we had her as our young adult rep. But I used to meet with her quite regularly. We'd have her in our house, of course. We'd have our young adult activities. I've got this lovely picture in our lounge where we've got her and all the young adults and Lindy and all of us with our kids around. Like, that's just how it was.
So she was in your ward?
Yeah.
When you were bishop?
Yep. Oh,
Fun.
no. So by the time I was a bishop, she had moved out.
Oh, bishopric member.
Yeah, but I was in the bishopric at the time. And because I was in that position, I had quite a lot to do with her, and we were good friends.
And her just really quickly, her family, they were like, her parents were Mormon, and she was raised Mormon. And
so like I said, her uncle, Ian, was the acting principal when I was church college, so I knew him well. Her dad, Ross, and Ian are identical twins. So one of the interesting things to know is that Ian Arden is Jacinda's second dad. I mean, literally, can't be closer, right? Jacinda didn't go to church college, but I'm not sure why, but she was a proficient community action person. So that's how she managed to be in the circles which were around politics, and she came to Wellington to further her political career.
Fun. Okay. Other stories you want to tell that were crucial leading up to your becoming a bishop, or summarizing your bishop experience?
So one of the other things is that the reason I went from being in the High Council to be in the bishopric was because they split the stake, and the Wellington stake got split, and I went from being the low man on the totem pole in the High Council to being number one. And so I took that responsibility of being on the High Council and being a senior member of the High Council, even though I was less than 30, really seriously. And the stake president at the time was a prominent member of the church, and he and I did not always see eye to eye on the way that the gospel should be enacted. And so I really like him, and we get on, but I wasn't shy of speaking up and going, I don't think this is the way it should be. And so the stake president and I kind of clashed a little bit, and so he kind of moved me on from the High Council and put me into the bishopric. And that was fine. I didn't mind that at all. I had a great time in the bishopric. And then they made me bishop, which was a lovely experience. I guess it's really validating being made the bishop. You not that I ever really wanted to be, or I thought I might be at some stage, but it was, you kind of arrived, and I ticked so many boxes, which inevitably meant that you were going to be in that situation at some point.
Yeah.
Margi, for you, I guess that one of the things that was really interesting about that relationship with my father was when I was called to be the when I was called to be the bishop, I was really I got to go to Australia and see my father, and the fact that I had this really pivotal experience. I went to go see him, and he was in a particularly bad situation, and I didn't know what to do, and I felt really responsible, but felt grumpy that I had to kind of look after my dad. And so I was going to the airport. It had been a particularly tough visit. I didn't know what to do, and I got to the airport, and I got off the bus. Somebody there, this just must have seen I was in a little distress. I don't know. Guy said, "Oh, look, I see you going back to Wellington." So I've got some lounge passes for the Air New Zealand lounge. Would you like to, would you like to go with me? And I said, "Oh, yeah, that'd be great." So anyway, we went to the lounge. So kind of him to do that. And he asked me what I was doing in Sydney, and I told him about my dad and what had happened. And he goes, "Gosh, I feel really sorry for you." And I was like, I feel really sorry for me too. And it was the first time I'd admitted that I was resentful, that I felt like I had to take care of my dad, and he wasn't there to be able to take care of me. And then I started to think of all of the wonderful things of people taking care of me, even like this guy who had just done this act of kindness for me, and all of the wonderful things that had happened in my life, people who had been there for me, and how much parental care I'd been given along the way. And in my responsibility as a parent now, nurturing these 5 boys who had come along, how lucky I felt, and how lucky I had felt that the church had provided so many of those experiences and care and stability and foundation that allowed me to then be a parent to my own parent. And so when I was called as a bishop, like it was really pivotal that I had, validated me as somebody that could take care of others because others had taken care of me. It felt very, it felt like an honour, and it's something that I really wanted to do well. And funnily enough, because that perspective of my dad changed, and I felt now grateful that I got to be this kind of support for him, it changed our whole relationship. And it meant that he, in that first year of me being bishop, he changed, I changed. I got to bring him back to New Zealand to meet my family, because up until this point he hadn't met them. We had a really lovely experience. I brought him back to New Zealand a few times. My mother reconciled with him, or at least got rid of her resentment for him. My sister reconciled with him and managed to have a relationship with him. And he died after that year. And it felt like me being bishop and connecting with him at that time was a real miracle, and a miracle that the church had employed to kind of heal our family across the board. So it was a really special time.
Beautiful.
Sounds like it.
All right. So Ganesh, if you were to kind of share with us maybe some of the most important parts about your service as a bishop, what would those stories or what would those elements be?
I think the thing that I liked most was just all of that lovely people contact. I'm a real people person, and being able to be useful was really important to me. So, meeting with people and feeling their great angst in their lives and hopefully being able to help. I think sometimes just even being there and and being a listening voice was really helpful. And I really took that seriously. I really took that outreach. In fact, what I did was I arranged my work. I ended up, I was working for a law firm at the beginning, and I realized I just didn't have enough flexibility in my time. So I actually acquired a business and made the business work so that I could be there 4 days a week. And I took a whole day to be a bishop on top of what was happening in the week.
Wow.
And that was transformative because in Wellington, it's a very heavy burden to be the bishop. And like it's at least a 20-hour thing.
A week.
And
Unpaid, right?
Unpaid.
Just like to...
And because I spent this day a week as well, and often the temple's 7 hours away, right? So I'd take trips and take people to the temple. So I was doing 30, 40 hours a week being the bishop.
Wow.
And the ward just soaked that up. The area was needful. There were so many households. There were so many people in various circumstances, and I was able to meet that. One of the things that became quite apparent after the first year was when you first become the bishop, everything's new and you can blame anything that doesn't work on the old guy. But a year into it, I realized some of the stuff was reoccurring, that it didn't work quite as well, and I started to get panic attacks. The phone would go off, or I'd get a text and I would be I'd never experienced that before. I'd always felt so capable. And now as a bishop, I was, I felt really responsible, and I didn't have as many answers as I thought I should. So I started to have some mental health difficulties, and it was somewhat mirroring some of my ward members. I think one of the things I didn't realize as a bishop, that there were a lot of people struggling with their mental health. And, they'd come to me with answers, and I'd got this mantle, so I felt like I should have answers for them. And sometimes I didn't. I had a lot of care and empathy, but, it was tricky. And so, so I had to learn, and that I needed to prioritize my health so that I could actually help other people. I actually went to a fireside. It felt like a bit of a answer to prayer, really, because they talked about, it was a leadership fireside, and they talked about taking care of yourself and by doing some physical activity. So I started swimming. I started doing a class. One of the members actually was a singing teacher, very lovely English guy called Charles Humphreys. And I went to his house. It was a good chance to check on his family, but it was even better for me personally to learn something. And so I recognized early on that in order for me to be healthy, I had to have some physical outlet, but also needed some mental outlet. So something that I was doing just for myself that improved things, really kept me sane. And it put me in a position where I could still help other people. So I was a very dedicated bishop. The ward really blossomed with me as the bishop because I had time, really. That was the main ingredient. And I cared. And so we had some incredible people. We had a couple missionary who got assigned to our ward who were an incredible mentor to me, but also did some of the intrinsically beautiful things that needed to be done in our part of the world, particularly with the young adults. We had a lot of people away from home, discovering them, their lives. We had a ton of marriages, young marrieds that ended up getting together while I was the bishop. So I attended a ton of weddings as well, a few funerals. It was busy, but it was building and growing. Lindy was incredibly supportive when I look back. She just, assumed that all because, our goal was to be useful, all right? And she had she absorbed a lot of the care of the kids so that I could be available for being the bishop, which was a massive weight. And
because it's one thing to build your career, it's another thing to have a healthy marriage, it's another thing to have 5 children, and then you add on that being a bishop of 300 whatever plus people and trying to help them in their lives. I mean, that's too much for almost anyone.
Very full plate. And it's a very full plate to be a mother of 5 children and to have your spouse tending.
Gone all the time.
Yeah.
Or a lot of the time.
Both full plates, yeah.
Yeah, it was full on. And yet we seemed to make it work. We held lots of events at my house so that, we could, have people come and have dinner with us, so I could feel like I was ministering while I was still being at home. We had young adults particularly come and live at our house. So, I was the bishop, but I also had, members of the ward living, being extra adults for Lindy, but also, providing them a place and a community. It was pretty full on.
Do you think of it as one of the happiest sort of times of your life?
Yeah.
Looking back?
Yeah, it was pretty incredible. And I'm a people person, so I thrive on people. And so it gave me energy, and I could feel really dynamic, and it was great.
It does feel like an important component, though, was you having a moment of shift to prioritizing your own mental health, though. Do you agree with that?
Yep, absolutely. I recognized that there were some limits, and I was, and being able to say no was really important. But as a bishop, I felt responsible, so I felt like I needed to make the first contact even when things were going on. Everybody wanted to hear from the bishop. It wasn't enough for the counsellors. So I was very practically involved in pretty much everything. One of the couple of highlights, I guess, or one highlight, one low light maybe, we became aware that some of our young marrieds were having struggles with their relationships, particularly on intimacy areas.
So your sexual intimacy?
Yep.
Okay.
So we got together, we made a plan. The release today present who I had was just brilliant. She was very onto it. And we held a fireside for our young marrieds, and we brought them all together. We didn't tell them what we were going to do. We brought them all together, and we went through the book, and they are not ashamed to talk about, sexual and intimate health. We recognised that some of our young adults had some less than ideal ideas about sex because of their relationship to the church. The idea that sex was only for procreation, or that it was a sacrificial kind of a thing. So we changed that around. I was generally pretty good at giving sex talks to the youth and the young adults, but this was a whole nother level, and it really improved lots of those people's lives. They still talk about it today. And I think it had a knock-on effect to lots of other young marrieds who, as they were talking to each other.
That's brilliant.
So that was pretty cool. Mm-hmm. I did have a woman who had, part member family. Her husband wasn't a member, but she had some struggles, and she talked about the Book of Abraham being an issue. And I remember her being in my office talking about this, and I had nothing for her. Like I didn't even know the issue really, and I didn't really even want to know the issue because I was kind of like, oh, that's just that thing over there that we just don't talk about, and I figured it was just all okay. I just didn't have any time to study.
Yeah,
there was no time. There was barely any time to read your lesson manuals before you went to a class, right? So you'd wing it most of the time, and two, as a bishop, every time I went to a class, people would ask my opinion. I felt like I had the answers, and so those are some.
One of the questions I get all the time is like, do the general authorities know about the problems with the church? And, one common theory is they're so busy, they really, even if they hear about issues occasionally, they don't really have time to dig in to really understand the problems with the church. Based on your limited experience as a bishop, could you see that as being a plausible theory?
Yeah. Well, it was certainly my case.
Yeah.
I loved the church. I loved church history, right? I'd been to Kirtland. I was interested in these things, but, I just had no time, I felt like
to invest in doubts or to
even just kind of go any deeper than the Sunday school manuals.
Right.
Really, anytime I was in any meeting or around any other people, I was thinking about what it was, who I needed to connect to and where they were at in their lives and what was going on, and if there was something I needed to do to help them to get to that next place or alleviate their suffering or whatever it was. There was just no, that was my reality. And it was a lovely reality. I felt really useful. People felt cared about. The ward increased, but more than that, we were enjoying it. We were having fun. We were. It was nice.
Did you have to preside over any disciplinary councils as a bishop that you want to talk about or can talk about?
Yes, several. Yes, but they all felt like quite building things. People who had tough stuff in their lives that they wanted to get to the next level. So those missionary councils were a chance to really dig deep in that and look for a really big leap forward. So they always felt like really genuine things. Generally, we weren't having councils for people who were out or off. It was for people who were in the church, who were active, who wanted to resolve stuff so they could get to another place in their lives.
So courts of love.
Courts of love. Exactly. I didn't realize how problematic those were. I guess the other thing too, I was young. There were people who come to me with some really tough circumstances, marital problems, abuse issues. These were things beyond my kind of scope. But I really wanted to be helpful, but oftentimes I don't think I was as helpful. I did refer people to LDS Family Services for counselling. But I always felt like there wasn't a lot of training.
Yeah.
And the training that I was getting to was kind of like there's the church, but then there's the unwritten rules that were going on. So, it was very apparent that I was there to represent the church. So while I'm a people person, so I'm really there to care with this person that's coming into me. But in the background, there's this idea that I'm the representative for the church, and so I need to toe the party line. In fact, I always used to get in trouble with the stake presidency because I just do what I thought was right, and oftentimes that would be not necessarily the unwritten rule of things. So I'd always slightly get in trouble. But there was a real emphasis on the good name of the church and me preserving it as the bishop.
Yeah. For those who aren't aware, there's literally a talk, I think by Boyd K. Packer, called The Unwritten Order of Things, which is basically him saying, there's the handbook, but there's all sorts of things you need to do, all sorts of ways you need to conform that aren't in the handbook. And he wanted to make that explicit. So he gave a general conference talk.
Oh, and we had leadership on that one particular thing. Somebody came in and talked about all the things that you should be doing that nobody actually tells you about.
Yeah, because there are things you don't want in writing. If you're the church and there are certain things you want done, sometimes you don't want to ever put them in writing, but you still want them done, right?
And I guess one of those things was, talking to the youth about their sexual selves, which I I was really, because I'd been in that situation. I'd been the kid who'd gone to confess to a bishop. So I knew it could be a good experience, but also a tricky experience. So I generally tried to be hands off. And if they wanted to talk to me about stuff, I would talk to them. But if I would try not to make it a big deal. And I did periodically do lots of, kind of sex talks with the youth and the young adults. I felt like that was a really big responsibility. But I also wanted to make sure that they knew that sexuality was a good thing, that this was going to be a benefit to their life, that this is something that they should enjoy. And, those boundaries were there to help make sure that it was something that was going to be really positive in their lives, rather than a constriction, more of a foundation to work from.
Any memories of counseling an LGBTQ youth or adult and trying to help them navigate active faithful membership and their, same-sex sexuality? Or
No, and I
never came up.
Never had that situation.
Okay,
which is surprising actually, because there must have been people in that.
Yeah.
I was quite aware that there, any bishop, there's some things that you gravitate them towards them for, and then some things that some of the members are probably waiting for the next bishop to talk to. And, as a young guy, maybe, there were probably some things that people talked to me that they wouldn't have talked to anybody else about, and there were probably things that they totally avoided with me.
Yeah. Would you say that being a bishop strengthened your marriage, was neutral for your marriage, or was hard on your marriage?
All three. I think that, it made us feel incredibly grateful that we were in this position of care. But it did take a lot of time, and that got resentful at times. So, it was an ongoing negotiation. I think I was called to be the bishop on Mother's Day. I think Lindy felt like that was a real difficulty. It's like, you called him to be the bishop, and now he's going to be completely away. It's Mother's Day, and I'm going to be by myself, really. And not just for this day, which is Mother's Day, but actually for the next foreseeable future.
Did you make it full 5 years? Or?
Yes, so I was almost 6 years.
Oh, wow. Others only lasted 2 or 3, you said.
Yeah, so I went the distance. In fact, I didn't even see the release coming. Like, I absolutely thought I was going to be in there for the long haul. The bishop of the Samoan ward, which was in the other unit, he'd been there for 10 years because they hadn't been able to replace him. And when I got released, he was really upset because he was like, it's time for me to be gone. He's a really lovely guy. His New Zealand is full of sports stars, and one of his sons is a prominent All Black.
And for those who don't know, All Black is what, New Zealand's most popular rugby team? Is that right?
It's the national team. And
they're like the best rugby team in the world. Is that fair or not?
Yep, they are the best in the world, and it's a real privilege, a real pride in New Zealand.
Is that a controversial statement to say they're the best in the world?
Well, the world is catching up, and we don't always win, but we win most of the time, which is really good.
And there are a lot of Mormons on that team historically.
Correct.
True or not true?
Yep. So some of the most prominent, Sid Going is a really prominent All Black. In fact, he's long since passed away, but his wife is in our ward now. Ma'anono, who's a prominent All Black legend. John Olomu. Ma'anono and John Olomu. So John Olomu married my best friend's ex-girlfriend. So he and then he joined the church, and he's probably the most famous rugby player in the world ever. He died, unfortunately, due to kidney disease. And Todd Miller, also an All Black, also a bishop. So yeah, there's been a number of prominent sports stars that are members of the church. In fact, the church in New Zealand has a really high value It's thought of very well, so it's a big deal.
And is rugby the number one national sport of New Zealand, would you say?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. But New Zealanders love the idea that we punch above our weight. So Dame Valerie Adams is she's a member of the church, but she's also, the foremost, shot putter in the world. So sporting is a big deal. Her brother Stephen Adams is in the NBA. We like to think that we're really special. We've got Peter Jackson in Wellington, of course, who's a prominent director.
Lord of the Rings.
The
Beatles. The Beatles' little Let It Be thing.
King Kong.
Wait, is Peter Jackson a Kiwi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And a Wellingtonian, so he's a big part of that. James Cameron lives in New Zealand, and he's producing the Avatar movies out of New Zealand. So, we Kiwi
like pride.
We have a lot of pride. A lot of pride. Especially when it comes to the Aussies. We like to have a bit of a famous rivalry.
You're better than the Aussies.
We like to think so, yes. They don't even know we exist. It's kind of like Canada and the US. Like Canada knows everything about the US. The US are like, oh, there's that country somewhere up there that we've never been to, even though it's like a 45-minute drive.
I'm telling Simon and Neville and Tani what you just said, basically.
Yes. Oh, they'd love it. Love it.
All right. Anything else about being a bishop, or should we? I mean, I know like one key theme is going to be how does a super faithful, active Mormon bishop start having some deconstruction of their Mormon faith? So what else? What other stories you want to tell before we kind of start talking about how things start unraveling a little bit for you?
Just that being the bishop was a really lovely experience for me personally. I felt very grateful to have been in that position, and the care that I got to give and to receive, it's phenomenal. I really appreciate it. Important.
Around what year did you stop serving as bishop? Do you remember?
So I was the bishop from 2004 through to 2010.
Okay. And during your time as bishop, Mormon bishop, was there anything that caused you to start questioning your Mormon faith that was significant? You mentioned the Book of Abraham thing, but
not really.
Would you say by the time you ended your service as a Mormon bishop, your testimony was as strong as it had ever been? Or
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. And again, that year was 2010. 10. Okay, so I'm in my timeline. I'm like, all right, we're 6 years into Mormon Stories, 2010. That's about 2 years. No, that's about 4 years before the Gospel Topics essays start coming out. So the Mormon internet by 2010 hadn't really come into your awareness.
No, not really. Although when I was at university, I had participated on some, sites. This was really the beginning of the internet, and I participated on some sites being a bit of an apologist, talking about, Mormondom in its time, but not really. And again, I was so busy, right?
Yeah.
This was, even when I was in the bishopric through to when I was the bishop. So that's 8 plus 6, so 14 years. It was pretty full on. Like I wasn't really doing much more than connecting with people and having a church experience. My anything outside of that was different. The only times that I really got times to look at that was when we came to the States, because my wife's American, of course, and all of our kids, and we'd come to visit the in-laws in Seattle, or I'd come down to Utah, and so the only time I got to really see and enjoy and maybe even think about Mormon culture and history was when I was traveling, and then I was kind of a tourist. Mm-hmm. So I'd come to Utah several times, Seattle, and I'd stayed there for a bit.
I have to ask, around 2004, a book comes out called Losing a Lost Tribe speaking of Aussies, by Aussie Simon Southerton, a Mormon bishop in Australia who is a geneticist who just sort of does an analysis of Lamanite, Native American / Pacific Islander DNA,
Right.
and finds no tracing back to Israel as the Book of Mormon purports. By the time you're released as bishop, had you even ever heard of Simon Southerton or the book Losing a Lost Tribe or the DNA Book of Mormon controversies? Or were you in a bubble that never even hit your consciousness?
I hadn't heard of Simon Southerton or the book, but the bishop I took over for, who I was the counselor to, I knew that his brothers had left the church about DNA and the Book of Mormon, so I knew that bit. But I put it away. I wasn't in a position to really figure out that kind of stuff. And although I knew this guy really well, I didn't know his brothers very well. So that was the only thing I kind of knew about it.
Okay. And I'm not sure when Gina Colvin started blogging, but, at some point, Gina Colvin with her blog, Kiwi Mormon, comes on the scene. And you don't hear much from Gina these days in sort of progressive or post-Mormon circles, I think, because she's really started dedicating her life to kind of community of Christ / Christian ministry. But back in the day, Gina was a real intellectual, cultural force, and she still has a very strong influence. Had you heard of your fellow Kiwi and her blogging exploits prior to or up until you being released as a bishop?
So I met Gina when I was a bishop.
Really?
Yeah. So we had a mutual friend in common who was getting married in Sydney, and she and I ended up kind of being there together and spending quite a bit of time together. So so that was really nice. I got to meet her. She was great. I really didn't start to kind of look at what she was doing or reading until after I was bishop. So my mother-in-law, Lindy's mum, has Huntington's disease. And it's a degenerative disease.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It's one of the most awful things.
And it's fatal, right?
It's fatal.
Yeah.
It kind of onsets, it's genetic. So it's a 50-50 chance of getting it.
If your parent has it, right?
If your parent has it.
Yeah.
So, and it tends to onset in middle age, so between 40 and 50, and then it just...
It's like a ticking time bomb.
Yeah. Robs you of everything.
Yeah.
Your motor function, your mind, everything.
This is Lindy's mom?
Lindy's mum.
Oh, no.
And so I was aware of this when we got married.
Oh. Which meant that Lindy had a 50-50 chance
Correct.
of having it.
In fact, when I was the bishop, we decided, because we understood what it was going to mean, so we decided, well, there was a lot of promise that this would be cured by the time, we're down the end. But we decided that we would have 3 kids, and then Lindy would get tested. We didn't want to get tested first because we just didn't want to, peg our lives on this genetic test. So we had 3 children, and then Lindy got tested, because if she was positive, we weren't going to have any more children. And as it turned out, she was negative, and so so we went on to have 2 more children.
And if you don't have the gene, then you don't pass it on to your kids, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
But Lindy's brother has Huntington's, so he's in a care facility here in Utah, just down the road, actually, in Murray.
It's brutal.
I mean, that's such a hard decision. Do we have kids?
So
Wow.
brutal.
That's an intense decision.
I just went and visited him the other day. I hadn't seen him in 7 years.
Yeah.
And
I just meant for you and Lindy to decide whether or not to have kids.
yeah, it was an act of faith. We wanted to have kids, right? We were, and we'd be promised by the church, right? That
Patriarchal blessings and all that.
Put children first. Put those things. All of those things will be taken care of. So we were, we had a whole lot of faith that everything would work out. Plus, we weren't uninformed about the thing, so we put some safeguards on that. We decided, okay, if Lindy has Huntington's, then then we'd need the children to be older. We wouldn't have young children, those kinds of things. So we definitely thought about it, but it was a significant thing in the back of our head.
Okay, so you were released.
Yep.
After 6 years service, and then whatever you want to talk about, leading to the beginnings of your faith deconstruction.
So I was put back into the High Council, and because they want you to get you out of the ward so that you're not kind of distracting everybody. One of my previous councillors ended up being, at this point, the bishop. And then, I just enjoyed not being bishop for a little while. Like, it was a bit of an adjustment, to not be in charge of everything and not having everything on, and to kind of reconnect with my children. One of the nicest things that had happened in the last couple of years of being bishop is that my oldest child had become, youth age. So then I was able to take him along to a lot of the activities I was doing. And that was really nice. It took a lot of pressure off Lindy to have at least one kid out of the mix. But, in that time after bishop, kind of reconnecting with these boys and doing stuff with them as, as more of a hands-on parent. But then the other thing we decided was that they were at a good age. Lindy's mother couldn't travel any longer. My in-laws, who had been working for Boeing, which is why they were in Seattle, they decided to retire to Wyoming because my father-in-law was originally from Montana, and he wanted to go back to that kind of area. And they have really good retiree laws in Wyoming.
No state taxes.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so, and then also then there's no sales tax in Montana. So he chose a border town, which was Powell, Wyoming. So it's just kind of northeast of Cody, which is from the east gate of Yellowstone.
Which is in the news right now with Mormonism, but that's another story.
Yes, indeed. Very much so. So we decided we would go and live in Powell, be close to the in-laws, give the kids an American experience because they're all American citizens, and fit in with their ages. The youngest one would be start elementary, and the oldest one would be in the beginning stages of high school. So it worked out kind of well, and so I organised my business so I could be away from it, and we came to Powell in the middle of 2011.
Okay.
And so, and this allowed me to really kind of explore America because up until this point I'd been a tourist. Now I'm living here. It was a different experience. And that's where I said, I learned pretty early on. I read the Book of Mormon differently in America than I did it in New Zealand because the focus on the heroes was slightly different. And I found Gina was doing her podcasts and blogs and stuff like that, and I was reading those things, and it was good to recognize some of those oddities of the American culture in our church. And that was kind of the thing that really kind of deconstructed me, was that New Zealand, the church, looks to America as being the way it should be. And when I got to the States and was living in a ward and really functioning as in the culture, I recognised that it was fine, and we had some amazing people in Powell, but actually they weren't any better than the people in New Zealand.
It sounds like your ward in Wellington was pretty amazing.
It was amazing. Yes.
And I'm sure there's some quirkiness in a Wyoming Mormon ward.
Yes, there definitely was. But the people were just so good. I just loved it, and they made me an early morning seminary teacher.
Oh, fun!
Which was so cool. I got the seniors, so we got to do the Old Testament at a kind of a higher level because they broke up. There was enough members in this town, about 10%, that they had dedicated classes, and so that was fun. I had the experience of being a bishop, so I had a bit of kudos in the community, and I was kind of on sabbatical like I was running my business from a distance, but I was also just playing. You know, I could do different things. I took up little odd jobs. I had a green card, so I did, taught at the local community college on international business, and there was a guy on the ward, a bot actually. He had MS, and so I got to be his caregiver. It's the first time I've ever been a caregiver. What a wonderful, compassionate thing to be. And he loved me being a caregiver because I was a guy, and he was used to tiny women that he was worried were going to drop him in the shower, kind of a thing. And we had these lovely talks, and it was fabulous. And then the Mormon moment happened. You know, Mitt Romney's running for president on the Republican ticket, and our little tiny town of Powell, which has a significant Mormon population, but it's still small, you know, there started to be these anti-Mormon articles in the paper against Mitt Romney. And I'm like, oh gosh, this is really interesting. And then, of course, Mitt Romney got the Republican nomination, and suddenly everybody just fell into line. You know, suddenly those articles faded away, and people saw Mitt Romney as a valuable Republican. And so those intersections between religion and politics really interested me. I was really curious about how this kind of played out. I was really interested too why Mormons in the Mountain West weren't liked in our small town, where I'd come from New Zealand, where it's pretty secular, but actually Mormons were well liked and well represented. And so those kind of issues, so that political thing really was really interesting to me. And so I started to ask questions, right? Talk to people. Why aren't Mormons liked? And then I found out about things like the Mountain Meadows Massacre, and understood that there was a history of violence in the Mountain West and in Missouri, which the church had represented in a completely different way than I had understood. In New Zealand, because we're at the bottom of the world, we're kind of pacifists. And when I came to live in the States, I recognized that there was a real militarization of American culture, that, you know, and that was something that played into that violence component. So yeah, all of those same kinds of things were massive for me. And then I started looking at those history bits and realizing, I don't know if we were persecuted as much as we had done some persecution. And that really rocked me as a member of the church. So that was a big thing for me.
Meaning Mountain Meadows Massacre.
Yep. Even, you know, the Black Hawk War, the genocide of the native peoples in the Mountain West, you know, because Brigham Young was here and they took the resources, you know. Those things really were challenging. And the flip side of that was the racial stuff, you know, because, you know, I presented as being Latino in my little town, and people would treat me as such until I opened my mouth, right? The moment I opened my mouth, they could tell I was from New Zealand, and suddenly I flipped from being not that great to being amazing, you know. Wyoming people love their hunting, and they all know that the best hunting in the world is in New Zealand. So the moment I talked about New Zealand, they were like, gosh, that's my dream, is to go to New Zealand and
the hunters
hunt a red stag. So I went from so this idea of privilege and prejudice really, you know, ignited my feelings about, you know, gosh, in this moment I'm driving down the road in my car and I'm being pulled over by the police, you know, slightly being targeted. And the moment I open my mouth, I'm a New Zealander, and suddenly, you know, they just want to know all about me, and you know, It was a really interesting dynamic that played out for me personally, but it gave me an insight into this kind of idea that, that racial tension in the United States was a really significant one that I had not factored or had not observed before. And I started to understand that was really the basis of things like the priesthood ban, which I had always kind of dismissed as being kind of semi-prophetic, and now recognised as being much more cultural. So those two areas were very big. We also, while we were in the States, we did a church tour. We went to Independence, to Nauvoo, to Winter's Quarters, and all that kind of stuff. I really lapped up. I loved the history, but I started to recognise that the history that I had known in the church was not the history that was actual reality.
Don't get into that?
Yeah. So then I started researching. I started, wanting to know why and how and where and when and putting things into place to understand how it was that the church was the way it was. And for me, that also meant looking at my faith and figuring out what was important and how I might be different from my Wyoming counterparts in terms of the things that I thought were important in the church. So I did quite a bit of research. I started to realise some of the narratives that we had weren't great. And then our time ended in
a few of those. List 3.
So the probably the most salient was the seer stone production of the Book of Mormon, because when I was a missionary, of course, I'd come across that. People had told me that, and I'd asked my mission president, what's this about? And he'd said, no, that's anti-Mormon lies. And I said, yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, what a terrible mischaracterization of what had happened. There's plates, of course. What are you talking about? Stone in the hat.
Urim and Thummim in the plates,
Yeah.
not stone in the hat and no plates.
So that, and I was like, oh my gosh, there's a lot of things I just don't know. So that was probably one of them. Polygamy, to some extent too. I didn't realize how prevalent and prominent polygamy was in the factoring of how the church was made up. And I started to become aware of that just in a small measure, and that was kind of a little concerning. So that was probably the other one that was the biggest. Those probably the other two that were important.
Anything else about the Book of Mormon?
I certainly started to get an inkling that this is maybe not necessarily a historical work, but I kind of still loved those characters. They felt real to me, so I really didn't want to address that at that point.
Okay.
And so my mother-in-law actually passed away while we were there, which was really great that we were there, but it was a bit of a change. And my father-in-law, he'd been caring for her for 20 years, and he just really wanted to get on with his life. So he got online, and he actually ended up getting married like 6-7 weeks later.
Oh, wow.
Pretty.
That's not unheard of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. It was kind
After
of,
she had died.
after she had died.
Yeah.
No, nothing prior. And this woman was like in a completely different state, and she had up into her life and come to Wyoming. They're still together and they're doing really well. But I was the witness in the marriage, because my wife can't be the witness, right? Because I'm the guy. Oh, that was the other thing that got me, was the patriarchy stuff. That really started to, and this was a good.
How so? Patriarchy stuff. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, like the role and status of women in the church. Like Lindy was always a pretty forthright person, so she never felt disadvantaged church-wise. But coming to this, even as a bishop, I knew I had a lot of veto. Like, my religious president was amazing, and she could do anything she wanted. I would fully support it. But I was really conscious that I could veto her at any time and say, no, you couldn't, do that. But she couldn't veto me, right? Like, she couldn't say, Bishop, you can't do that. I'm not going to let you. But I could say that to her. So those kinds of things, I kind of understood that patriarchy didn't sit well with me very much. And then when I was in the States, I recognised that was a real American cultural thing. New Zealand's a lot more egalitarian when it comes to partnerships and.
You had a female prime minister.
Yes, yes, and we'd already had a female. She's like our third female prime minister, right?
Right.
So, sitting in the celestial room, in the ceiling room with my father-in-law getting married, and I'm one of the witnesses. But I can be the witness that my wife can't be. It was really.
And it's her dad.
It's her dad.
Yeah.
And he's getting married, sealed again, right? So he's a polygamist.
Yeah, because he's still sealed to his late wife.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So those things were really interesting to me to think of how those dynamics play out between what gets valued in our community as opposed to what doesn't get valued.
It always strikes me how sometimes long it takes people to process things that are right there in front of their eyes the whole time. Because by this age, you're how old by this time?
I'm knocking on 40.
Yeah, so you're 40 years old, not an uneducated guy, into the church, but all these things, whether it's race or gender or polygamy or Book of Mormon stuff or DNA, like somehow it was there the whole time, but you never even, and you already explained why, but isn't it interesting how like you can go 4 decades before you start seeing it? And
that was really my big questioning, right? Was that I was a bishop.
Yeah.
And the reason I was a bishop was because I just ticked so many of those boxes, right? That made me privileged in this community. And the message I got as a bishop was, you've got to get other people to those check boxes. And if they're not checking those boxes, there's something wrong with them. So even though people come, I remember this one time, this woman came into, a young adult. Well, maybe she was a single adult by this point. But she came into my office and she's like, Bishop, what's wrong with me? I want to get married. I want to have children and nothing is happening. And, I'm very empathetic and there's nothing wrong with her. She's lovely. And I'm giving her all the right affirmations, but at the same time I'm thinking, gosh, what is wrong? What is out of place in the background? We do family history so well. We should know, right? There are tons of people who never get married. There are tons of people who never have children. And we have them all on our family group sheets, right? There are thousands of them. But the problem is, of course, our parents got married, so therefore we are, and our grandparents and great-grandparents and stuff like that. We once people, our aunties or our granduncles and our cousins and things like that, the ones that don't get married, their lines don't go any further. So we kind of think about them in that kind of ethereal other.
But even if we do think about them, there's always the justification that you mentioned earlier, which is, some would say that's the beauty of Mormonism. Joseph Smith would say, oh, well, they'll find their eternal companions in the afterlife and they'll have their kids in the afterlife. That's what's good about Mormonism, not what's the problem about Mormonism, right?
And lots of people hold on to that, right?
Yeah.
Especially when their lived experience doesn't match the tick box validations that go on in their lives.
Yeah.
Even when you untick the box, right? Because that's, marriage is a big tick box in Mormonism, but it's actually quite arbitrary, I came to understand. Mm-hmm. So if you don't get married, you don't tick that box, there's a certain level of othering that you get. If you've ticked that box as a married person and then you untick it to be divorced, that's a whole nother series of privilege and prejudice that you're working with. I think that's why, gosh, it doesn't happen in New Zealand, but it seems to happen a lot here. People get married like 4 or 5 times. In New Zealand, you might get married once and then you have partners or whatever. But but here in the States, the cultural norm and the privilege is for marriage.
Yeah.
So if you are going to be with somebody, you're going to get married to them because that gives you elevation in the community. And Mormonism has these tick boxes, right? Men are more important than women, right? As a bishop, I can veto the release slave precedent, but she can't veto me. There's no place in the church that a woman can tell a man what to do.
No.
Except for maybe primary president if he's got a teacher, that's a male.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't happen,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And a married person, if a single person can't tell a married person what to do, right?
No.
You have to be married to be the bishop. You have to be married to be a general authority. All of the men who have voice in this church are married.
Yeah.
And you might get some voice like Wendy Nelson if you're the person you're married to is a significant man, but otherwise you wouldn't hear from that person. Right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Such a good point.
But it also means that actually there are no single male voices. There's not a single man single, like a not married man who can voice what it means to be that.
Yeah, even if you're a faithful celibate gay Mormon man, you can't be a bishop.
Can't be a bishop. You're not going to ever speak at general conference,
Yeah.
right? It's just not going to happen.
Or become a mission president or any of the,
Yeah.
yeah.
Nothing for you.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
and that goes along. So there's all of these little tick boxes, and when you tick enough of them, and if people around you are not ticking as many of them, you get a lot of privilege, a lot of prominence, and I certainly suffered from that, and it was
Benefited from it in a way.
yeah, absolutely benefited because
Yeah.
people wanted to hear my opinion. Right,
Yeah.
walk into a class, Bishop, tell us what you think about this. Right.
Yeah.
I had a huge voice, and so then I was slightly invested in keeping my voice. So I would, shy away from things that made my voice less, right? I don't want to look at the issues of patriarchy because that would make it. I would soon come to the understanding that it was unfair, and therefore, gosh, I'm being advantaged for my arbitrary gender assignment, right? And
You're benefiting.
and somebody else is being disadvantaged by their arbitrary gender assignment.
Yeah.
So, or sexuality, right? I'm heterosexual, so I get all of this, marriage and family. Just me. I want to have children, so being a parent is fabulous. But what if you're infertile, or what if you hate being a parent?
That's
Yeah.
right.
So there's and the check boxes that give you privilege are natures of God. So these are the things that Joseph Smith identified were key to being God. He's a man, he's married, he's polygamous, he's got priesthood, he's a parent, he's making covenants in the temple, he's a temple attender, he's heterosexual, he's white, he's American, and he's got some prominence, some genealogy that gives him some link to the past, right? So all of those things are factors. And if you're 10 out of 10, you're Russell M. Nelson, right? And in Wellington, I was probably, I was probably a 6, and then I got married to an American, so suddenly I'm a 7, and everybody around me is a 6 or a 5, and so I've got prominence until I start unchecking some of those boxes because they don't fit with me.
Yeah. I totally can see that, the idea of the privilege and ticking off boxes. Getting back to kind of this idea of like your privilege kind of, what would we say, extending your travel in the church, or, right? Because you were kind of comfortable and benefiting. I'm also intrigued a little bit. I also wonder this layer of if you were touched directly by, if you had, a child that was LGBTQIA, or if it kind of hits you someplace really closely. I think that's another thing that can all of a sudden thrust someone into seeing things in a new way. And I also think the fact, this busy thing this a million things to do. I'm responsible for so many people. I also think it's interesting. You had time in Wyoming. You had more time actually to be a reflective person and to think and to connect with yourself. And I do think that is an important thing to note when we're working in systems. When I start to feel too rushed, too busy, that there's this long list of things that keep me from connecting with myself. And it's like, what would I say? It's so important that it's like your salvation or your family's salvation. There's a lot riding on it. I'm like, oh, I'm vulnerable. I'm vulnerable to not seeing things that might be very apparent. That disconnect from self in keeping you busy and really feeling overly responsible for all these things. To me, that's like a danger sign.
It's so easy to do in anything, right? You can get so involved in your career and the things that you do, you stop taking time out to look at it from a distance and evaluate whether it's good or productive or successful. And, sometimes we get...
Or true.
Or true. Well, I do attach myself to the busy and think that I'm successful because I'm busy.
That's right.
It's easy.
I think it does exist in other systems.
If you're obtaining, it sounds like for you, maybe if you're obtaining social capital, then why question it, right?
That's right. And I get, and to your point, Margi, you don't. It's the empathy that switches you out of that. So you realize, hang on a second, this is not fair. Why are they not getting the same benefit out of this? I mean, when I was a bishop, I explained that because I'm so close to the Spirit and I'm doing everything right. And, so why are they feeling terrible? Well, then maybe they're not praying hard enough or feeling hard enough. But then when you realize they're going as hard as they possibly can and the system is not giving them the validation in return, and you realize that it's arbitrary, then you go, oh my, I can't. I need to address that. If I'm going to be this empathetic, caring individual, I need to look at that better.
Yeah.
And of course, there's little sparks, right? My sister suffered from infertility, and I had 5 children. Gosh, she was feeling terrible, and I was feeling great, but yeah, sometimes you just don't see it. Maybe I didn't want to see it. Slightly complicit, because it advantaged me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And what's tough is it also gives you meaning and purpose. Like we all need as humans, identity, meaning, purpose, community.
Yeah.
And it's not like it was, I don't know, it doesn't appear as though it was damaging you. It appears as though it was blessing your life. So in so many ways, it was actually probably a healthy, good thing for you.
It felt that way, I guess, until I realized that it was not necessarily that case. The other people were my advantage was coming on the backs of somebody else's disadvantage.
That's right.
Right? And I couldn't, I couldn't justify that.
Yeah.
And I needed to look at that more carefully. So
you started having an awakening to the people that Mormonism was hurting.
Yes. Yes, I did. And that led me to so we came back to New Zealand. This was after the election. And it was funny because, of course, Romney loses. And, Wyoming's a red state, so nobody even campaigns there, right? And it's always, But I said to, I used to joke with my friends in Wyoming, I go, because there was that hurricane just before the election. And I said, look, obviously God has chosen Obama because he created that hurricane, and disasters always favour the incumbent because they can do something about it, right? The people who are challenging can't do anything about it. And so I said that, and it was a jest, but it was kind of almost playing with that idea that when we think that, we always think God is on our side and for our guy or our person or our thing. And it was just me playing around with those ideas of privilege and prejudice and how we interpret it when we win and the other person loses, and also when we lose and the other person wins. So, and so then we came back to New Zealand. They put me back in the High Council, visiting wards, and I'm having lots of questions. I'm doing lots of research in the background. I've got time. And then, fortunately for me, the church releases the Gospel Topics essays.
So now we're around 2014.
Yeah, so this is beginning...
Late 13, early 14.
Yeah, 2013, the end of 2013. Just after conference too, so they obviously didn't want to broach a conference. I think it was November, and they released the Race and the Priesthood one, which I think was first, and subsequently a few others in quick succession. And they confirmed all of the things I'd already come to terms with. And so I knew that what I was grappling with was accurate. And so I wrote a blog and
that, so they talked about Nauvoo polygamy,
Yep.
talked about the Mountain Meadows Massacre, these essays. They talked about the Book of Abraham, which you had kind of ignored previously. They talked about race and the priesthood, even Mother in Heaven.
Yep.
Like the essays really covered DNA in the Book of Mormon. They somehow missed Book of Mormon historicity and anachronisms, but they covered quite a bit. Yes.
And those first few ones, particularly the violence one and the race one, really piqued my interest. The seer stone use, all of those things were things that I really come to terms with. And by this point I was working with Gina a little bit, and so I decided to write a little blog on her Kiwi blog.
You were a guest blogger on Kiwi Mormon?
I was, guest blogger on Kiwi Mormon. And I wrote it from the standpoint of being a previous bishop who, the Gospel Topics essays were coming out and it had changed the landscape.
Now, by this point, I had asked Gina to take over a Thoughtful Faith podcast.
Right.
So she was podcasting about being a progressive, faithful Mormon and really just holding down that space, which Dan Witherspoon had also held before. Right. Kind of an important... No, Dan had his own podcast, Mormon Matters. But between the two, Dan and Gina were playing a very prominent role in liberal, progressive, faithful Mormonism.
Yep, which is my space, right? So I was working with her on that. I was a guest on her podcast several times.
You were on A Thoughtful Faith as well?
Yep.
Okay.
I was, she interviewed me and we collaborated on a couple of things. And I wrote this blog for Kiwi Mormon, and it went viral and sparked my stake presidency really getting worried about me and thinking I was apostate. But the church had released these things, and I was just really referring to the essays. And
by the way, I just on athoughtfulfaith.org, I just searched for Ganesh, and I found at least three episodes. So they're there.
Yeah.
So we'll maybe include those in the show notes.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Keep going.
And so when I did the blog, I got released from my calling on the High Council, but they did it very nicely. They didn't make a big song and dance about it, and they released other people at the same time, so it looked like it wasn't just about me. And they were very kind to me because I really close friends with the state president, and one of my really close friends who had been the bishop prior had been in the state presidency, so it was really good. But I in the release of the Gospel Topics essays and my understanding that things weren't as they were, and that confirmation from the church, really, that sparked a great deal of unease for me. And so I spent a lot of time really investigating, sometimes getting very grumpy. I ran whole marathons at that time based on how I'm being frustrated. So I just, go out and run for hours and come back. So funnily enough, our ward had a group of people that started a running group, and so I used to run with them, and we used to run, and we did half marathons and then marathons, and I did that all while, deconstructing a lot of Mormon thought and culture and history just on runs.
Yes, I've heard this a lot actually with people. Hiking, running, physical.
And often they're listening to they're listening to podcasts. That's a way to exercise, get frustration out, and to learn.
Yeah.
And to process. I'm not trying to project that on you. But.
No, I was doing that too. So that's, but it was a really a great way of, getting rid of the angst while also processing it. So and it had very little kind of downsides. My wife at the time was kind of like, oh gosh, this is a big change. She knew my thoughts had changed because I'm pretty open. Like it's not like I'm a wallflower, but now that was really well known to the rest of the ward and the stake, that was quite a big deal. And she thought, gosh, we might not be able to stay together.
Word starts to get around in the stake?
Oh yeah, like at the moment I did the blog, it was, everybody knew.
I mean, what people don't, it's weird because Gina was playing such a prominent role for so long. Eventually, Gina gets called to a disciplinary council and everyone rallies around her, Gina Colvin, and then she's not excommunicated. And then she decides to resign shortly thereher. But I mean, that she was never the same after she was called into a disciplinary council. So I mean, her work was clearly sending ripples throughout the church in New Zealand. So I'm sure you and her, that was just not fun for the local leadership there.
And because I'd gone to church college, because I'd served my mission in New Zealand, in New Zealand as a village anyway, in terms of the church, because I'm bishop in Wellington, I'm prominent as a person that people like, but also look up to. And so it's a really, really big deal.
And so you're saying your wife was starting to wonder, Lindy was starting to wonder if you were going to be able to stay married?
Correct. Yep.
Well, that sounds serious.
Yeah, it was pretty serious. But we're good friends and she appreciates me. And so she was studying at the time, becoming a midwife. And she managed, for me, it was a lot about the history and the accuracy. But for her, she kind of looked at it from a completely different direction and thought a lot more about the people and the fairness. And it ended up that she had her own deconstruction and came away.
So she studied, she started becoming open-minded about the truthfulness of the Mormon Church, probably based on your deconstruction.
Yeah.
And through concern about marginalized peoples, ended up having her own deconstruction.
Correct.
Yep. And was that within a year of yours or within a few years?
Yeah, within the next couple of years.
Okay.
Yeah. And we did things very slowly, so slowly, because the kids was, teenagers and they're busy having a good time at the church. So it was, we did it very, very slowly. Yeah. And that's a whole another story, I guess. But, over the period of time in our life. So that's 10 years ago now.
I know, it's still 10 years ago.
So, that's still, it's a lot of time. So then after that, I guess the church being open with the gospel topics essays allowed me to really go, okay, I really need to understand this better. And I want to understand why I would miss these things, like you're just saying. How was it that I felt like a critical thinker, but actually I wasn't. So why wasn't I a critical thinker? What things could I have done better? And the essays on polygamy really shook me. And I realized I just had a really basic knowledge of what that was all about, and I needed to know more. So I did a whole lot of research on that. Lindsay Hansen-Park, her podcast, The Year of Polygamy, was really instrumental in kind of understanding kind of the background. But I did a lot of research and ended up doing a number of articles on Kiwi Mormon, one of which was around polygamy and its tracking its development and its impact on Mormon culture through to the present day. And I realized that the polygamy was a really important factor that had massive implications. So that took me a long time to write, 6 months or something like that. And then just over the years, I've just, after you get past the frustration and the angst, you kind of start to see Mormonism as quite fascinating. A real kind of petri dish of human emotion and development and thinking, group think, as well as, people doing incredible things. And so I kind of put on my anthropology hat and, kind of looked at Mormonism from a objective position with an understanding of how the inner workings are, and tried to deconstruct a lot of the things that Mormonism is and why and how, to try and get some of the answers to, how did Mountain Meadows Massacre happen? Why did these people do these terrible things to others? Why did, we, go down this tract of denying the priesthood to black members and stop them from attending the temple? Why have we got to the point where why we're dying on this hill of LGBTQ issues, and tried to figure out a way to understand how these things are made up.
So you started really getting into Mormon studies, basically.
Yeah. So and so part of that has been real interest in a writing, kind of deconstructing that. So trying to lay out an understanding of the chronology so you can figure out why it is that things have, worked the way that they did, and then trying to put it down on paper so that you can figure out how to track it. So most recently, 2 years ago, there were a couple of things that happened that made me really look at Book of Mormon historicity. Because like I said before, I really liked those characters, right? They felt real to me. They were people to me. And so I really, even though I deconstructed a lot of other things, I hadn't really deconstructed the Book of Mormon. The process was weird and problematic, but the text I still have a huge fondness for. So a couple of things that happened. One was that William Davis talked in Sunstone. This was during COVID, of course, looking at
Visions in a Seer Stone. Is that the book?
Visions in a Seer Stone, yep. And talked about the oratory mechanism of producing the Book of Mormon and how that was very much akin to sermon culture of 19th century early America, and how many of the textual features of the Book of Mormon mirror sermon culture in the 19th century. So I found that fascinating. That was really an idea of, oh gosh, how could this book be produced? And the other one was, Dan McClellan, his work on biblical scholarship. And then the few times that he talked about the Book of Mormon, if you go to the comments and look at how he was responding, his key message was the preponderance of evidence is that the Book of Mormon is a 19th century text. And he, one of his TikToks would say, look, if you really want to understand the Book of Mormon, you need to look at it from a 19th century lens. So those two things made me think, gosh, I wonder if I could write a little article about, some of the oddities I'd seen in the Book of Mormon that might be, I think, interesting to explore. So I started to write an article and a couple of issues, and then I realized that there was a pattern, right? And the pattern is, you've got Joseph Smith's environment in the early 19th century, you've got his family, his immediate family, and then you've got his own personal circumstances. And those things seem to all correlate very closely with some specific things in the Book of Mormon. So you could see that what was happening in his life was also happening in the Book of Mormon. And then you could even track
Like
that
his
further.
dad was a visionary. He was the son of a visionary. Maybe his brothers were mischievous at times. His dad had a dream, much like the tree of life. They got kicked out and had to travel quite a bit. That sort of thing.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
There was a lot of religious conflict in their home, which then plays out into the narratives about which church is true and how do you find out, and not to mention the treasure digging and finding treasure in a hill, which sounds very much like Moroni. You know what I mean, right? That sort of thing.
It's all of those things. That there's these close correlations between what's in the text of the Book of Mormon and what's happening in Joseph's life.
Oh yeah, all the sermons in the Book of Mormon are Protestant, basically 19th century Protestant sermons, much like the ones Joseph would have heard in the burned over district, when he was, in the 1830s or 20s, when he was trying to figure all this stuff out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd done all that work on particularly polygamy too, tracking that through. And you can, the other part of that is you see that this carries through to the early Doctrine and Covenants, like the church is trying to implement the messages of the Book of Mormon. And that's, so you can see there's a huge correlation. Those 5 things are all heavily correlated. The environment, the family, Joseph Smith, the Book of Mormon, early Doctrine and Covenants, all very, very correlatable. But then you see the Nauvoo church, what becomes is quite different. Sometimes even the exact opposite.
Yeah. Like instead of polygamy's forbidden, polygamy's required.
That's right.
Right?
That's a complete contradiction.
Yeah, totally. God's one, now God's multiple, right?
Yes, exactly. So then you can also see these little pivots that happen in particularly the 1830s, sometimes at the beginning, sometimes in the middle, sometimes at the end, where what the church and Joseph Smith is trying to implement is not working. And there's some conflict, some massive eruption or some pivot, and it flips. And then the Nauvoo era is completely different. So you've got these 5 correlated things to the beginning of the early Doctrine and Covenants. Then you have this pivot point, and then you have what ends up being the church in Nauvoo. And that arc of development you can track over, just tons and tons of issues. You can track it under polygamy, you can track it under Freemasonry, you can track it under treasure seeking, you can track it under theology like the nature of God, you can track it in the ways that American colonial settlers talked about early America, and that arc is robust. And so I started writing, and using that kind of arc, I could find things that I wasn't even cognizant of. Because when you read the Book of Mormon, you see the things that relate to you. You're not often aware of the things that are that other people kind of pick up on. But if you have that kind of formulaic key, you can look at these different issues, and you can track them through, and you can see the development, you can see the change, you can see that this is really specifically related to Joseph, and so that that little article I thought I was going to write ended up being a massive book. So it's turned into a whole endeavor.
And maybe Margi, you can grab it. The book's over there, and we can have Ganesh actually show it. But tell us what the book's name is probably going to be, or what it is. I know you mentioned it before.
So it's 19th century evidences and development of the Book of Mormon and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Yeah.
So it's designed to be a bit of oh gosh, it's right here, but
hold it up. And I guess it's not totally readable, but
yeah.
that's not going to be what it actually looks
No,
like.
no,
That's
it won't-
the
it won't
gallery.
look
You
like
can
this is
show
just
the thickness too,
Oh, yeah. So
like just how.
It won't be that thick though.
Won't
Once
be
it's,
But it's not an article.
it's not an article anymore. And hopefully it's going to be useful, because I think that for me, like, I love the church. I guess that we started with that as the premise at the very beginning, and I want it to be amazing. Obviously, there's some stuff which is less than amazing, but there is.
I'm noticing a pattern of understatement in the way you talk. But do continue. Sorry.
Continue. Okay, so I hope so. This has become. It was started off as an examination of the Book of Mormon, but it's become more of an examination of Joseph Smith. So his life, where it went to on all of these different issues, and you can see Joseph as a human, as a person, which I think is better than what we've currently got. But it also shows that there are some places where he has been really innovative, incredibly inspiring. But there's certainly lots of other places where he has been terrible, where it's horrific, and the ramifications and the consequences are unthinkable. So, in terms of that, the book is a real, or hopefully, Dan McClellan said it too, right? He's going, most people looking at the Book of Mormon from either the idea that Joseph is a fraud and it's the worst thing ever, or they're looking at it from the point of view that Joseph is this incredible prophet and it's the most important thing ever. And I hope to have struck a balance in the middle where you see that the Book of Mormon and the church and the development of the church is very human. It's very relatable. It's incredibly important if we'd see ourselves in that same light. Because if the Book of Mormon is written by Joseph, or created and produced by Joseph when he was 23 years old, and he's idealistic and he wants these things to be, he wants the concerns that he has to be addressed. Maybe he's not quite cognizant of all the privilege that he has in this community, but he wants it to be better, and so and he puts his ideas down by voicing them through ancient prophets so that they have some merit, they have some mechanism of speaking, and then people take those concerns and they run with them as well, and he's able to then try and implement them, which he does in the early church. But of course, like all of our idealistic ideals when we're kids and young adults, they don't really translate into the real world, and so he has to change, he has to pivot, and some of those pivots end in some really interesting, amazing things, and some of those pivots are horrific and really challenging.
So do you want to, like, we'll do an entire episode on that book. Do you want to just give a sampling of like some of the things you highlight in the book, just to give people a taste for why they would want to buy the book and what cool things they would learn from it?
Yeah, well, I think one of the things if we're going back to that theme of prejudices and privileges, one of the things that I think is fascinating is that you can look at the things that Joseph is concerned about, and they're really practical things. There are things that I was concerned about as a 14-year-old that was reading the Book of Mormon, right? Like, I don't have a lot, and there's people with some really nice clothing, They're all showy, and I feel terrible, And Joseph identifies that, and that's identified in the Book of Mormon again and again, the idea that, kind of secular pride starts with costly apparel. It is just again and again and again. And then you have the next section of secular pride. So there's I think the prejudice in the Book of Mormon are really fascinating, because there's almost like 3 different areas and 3 different levels of severity. So there's secular concerns, there's religious concerns, and then there's political concerns that Joseph has. And there are 3 different areas of severity. One's pride, and then corruption, and then abomination. And so you get this kind of matrix where you go, secular pride is costly apparel, and secular corruption is lawyers. There's a whole lot of anti-lawyer sentiment in the church. And secular abomination is secret combinations and conspiracy. And so you see Joseph concerned about these things. These are things that we're concerned about today. But they play out in really interesting ways because Joseph ends up, wanting really nice clothing. Joseph ends up becoming a lawyer when the basis of the Book of Mormon is kind of really a lot of anti-lawyer sentiment. And he becomes a Freemason when the Book of Mormon is really against kind of secret combinations and secret groups. So we have this really interesting flip because at 23, he's an idealist. By 35, he's utilising these systems to advantage him. And so you can do that with religious pride, which is, fine buildings, religious corruption, which is priestcrafts, and then religious abomination, which is Catholicism, or the great and abominable church, right? And then you can do this with the political system, so kings, that's the Book of Mormon's really anti-kings, it's really anti-taxation, and it's really anti-polygamy, which is polygamy is linked to the sexual excesses of political leaders like kings. And you see that on all of those 3 things, Joseph also flips. He goes, the Book of Mormon's anti-king, and then in Nauvoo he gets crowned king.
King of the world.
King
right?
of the world.
Yeah.
In the political system, he's anti-taxation in the Book of Mormon, but in Nauvoo, there's a system of heavy taxation. People get fined all the time for their misbehaviour, and there's tithing and all of those things. And then, of course, polygamy is the ultimate. It goes from the Book of Mormon not being anti-polygamy and then polygamy being required in Nauvoo. And so if you track all of those, so those particular 9 prejudices in the Book of Mormon, you can track them through the early Doctrine and Covenants, and the Doctrine and Covenants has those same prejudices. Then there's some pivot that changes Joseph's mind on this particular aspect because of some conflict that's going on, and then he implements those same prejudices that are existing in the Book of Mormon. He adopts them as his way of working. And that's a very normal thing that all of us do, right? We have our ideals as youngins. We realise working in the real world that some of those things need to change, and we adopt some of the things that we used to think were bad.
So, for people who have lost their faith in the church or deconstructed their faith or are not liking the church, one of the holy grails for them is to, find the silver bullet evidence that the Book of Mormon is not a historical document, that it's a work of fiction, and that Joseph is the author. So let's just say that that's one motive or endeavor for studying Mormon church history and for writing about it. Right. If there were a pie chart for your motivations for writing this book, how much was disproving the historicity or the historical authenticity of the Book of Mormon? What percentage of that pie chart was your motivation for writing this book, if you could even estimate? I
don't know. I don't think I thought about it in those terms.
No?
I think I thought about it in the idea of, can I understand this better by looking at what themes are here, and can I track them better? Does that make sense? I want to understand why it is that that these things changed. I'm really conscious that the church in Nauvoo is quite different from the church in Kirtland.
And Mormon theology in Nauvoo is extremely different than 1830 Book of Mormon theology.
Well, 1830 Book of Mormon theology is normal Christian theology.
Right. Protestant, 19th early 19th century frontier Protestant Christian theology.
Exactly.
I mean, even Mormon and Alma and Helaman are preaching frontier early 19th century, upstate New York Protestant theology, right?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And so how does it get to Nauvoo?
Yeah.
What are the mechanisms that get it there? And so I'm really interested in that. Like, why isn't care of the poor a really seminal focus of the church? Because it's a seminal focus of the Book of Mormon. So how did it get to not be, in the latter church? But it actually wasn't in Nauvoo either. Things had changed quite dramatically from Nauvoo. And so actually the modern church ends at Joseph's death. Like, there's not a lot of innovation that happens after his death. And even the stuff that Brigham Young did gets walked back. So the church, as we kind of operate it today, is the church that Joseph died with in 1844. So what got the church from the Book of Mormon thinking things like, the poor, sharing is the most important thing that we should be doing.
And materialism is the worst.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
How do we go from that to the current church? Well, actually, it went there much sooner than that. It went there in Joseph's lifetime. And he changed quite dramatically, right? He went from being, grateful he had a bed to sleep on to demanding that the church members build him a house.
A mansion.
A mansion.
I mean, his Nauvoo house is called the Nauvoo Mansion.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. I don't want to underplay it. But that's right. So how did he go from there? And and when did it change? When was that pivot where that changed? And is that really God, I guess, if you're thinking about it from a theological standpoint? But I tried to keep God out of it, even though we're talking about God, of course. The idea of, okay, well, if we track this through Joseph, can we understand these changes in the church if we look at Joseph's life and what happened in the process? And I think I can. I think that's what I've got 55 different themes. You can, 45 of them you can track through from, this is the early 19th century America, this is his family, this is what's in the Book of Mormon, this is what's in the early Doctrine and Covenants or the Book of Moses, and this is what gets, this is some pivot that happens, and then into Nauvoo, it's a completely different story. So,
did you try submitting it to either Signature Books or Coford Books as a publisher? Or
no, I didn't. Originally, because I was doing it for fun. But in listening to people like Dan Vogel, and others who are publishing, it seemed like the lead time was like years.
Yeah.
And while I appreciate that, if you're going to do something, really significant and detailed, it needs to take years. I didn't want to take years to get to this point.
So you're self-publishing?
Self-publishing, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about the controversies with the title and church legal or not?
Yeah, sure. Gosh, that's been really interesting too. So in the process of doing this, I really wanted to kind of peer review the book and what I was writing, because I wanted to make sure that A, it was accurate, but B, it wasn't going to be too horrific for the people who know me and are maybe concerned about my motivations. So I put it out on Facebook that I was doing. I thought I better, let people know, particularly my family and friends, that I was doing this work. So about 9 months ago, I put it out on my personal Facebook page and said, look, this is what I'm doing. This is where I've got to. I really appreciate anybody helping me out to critique what I'm doing. And in doing so, I'm going to do a TikTok for every chapter and kind of go over the material I've got so far so that other people can add or subtract or give me an understanding of it. And so that's what I did. And that created a huge stir. There are some people who are really excited about me doing this. There's other members of my friends who felt really threatened by me doing this. And so this sparked a lot of debate on my personal Facebook page. One of my friends, dear friend, basically said, you're in full-blown apostasy, messaged me, so a personal message, said, you're on full-blown apostasy, you need to be stopped. That kind of a feeling. And then other people going, oh, this is so refreshing. Oh, we want to look at this differently. I think you've got an incredibly empathetic, kind way of looking at things, and I think that you'd really help to broaden the understanding of this important subject. So really mixed bag. But about in May, I just I needed to finish it, and I wanted to push myself to finish. So I did up a little cover, which mirrored the Book of Mormon, the blue Book of Mormon cover, with the wording, and put that out on my Facebook page, telling people I was planning to publish in a month, so that you could be ready for this. I got a lot of great feedback and people excited about having a look at it. Lots of active members. I'm an active member. They're interested in seeing it. And then I got a letter from the church or church lawyers in Auckland.
Based on your Facebook post? Or?
Based on my Facebook post.
Oh, wow.
So obviously one of my dear friends had passed that on to the church, and they took exception to the fact that the cover, and it was really just an idea that it looked a lot like the Book of Mormon cover. And so the church sent me a cease and desist letter saying that I couldn't publish and I should withdraw anything that has been published.
What were they upset about? Like, people publish books about Mormon, like William Davis published his book. Like, what was it copyright stuff?
So so the initial thing was on trademark, the idea that I was using the words the Book of Mormon, and that people might be confused by my book as being authored or authorized by the church, that they would perhaps read it not knowing that it wasn't the Book of Mormon. I mean,
that's weird. There's the musical, the Book of Mormon. There's like, how many books, even published by Deseret Book, include the name, the title of the Book of Mormon in the title of their book, right?
Correct. And there are a number of books which look and they have the same title and feel as the current blue copy of the Book of Mormon. So absolutely, it's not like anybody's done this before.
Joanna Brooks, isn't her book called Book of Mormon Girl?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I think that they took exception because probably one of my friends had taken exception and put it towards them. So then but it did give me the chance to have a look at the Book of Mormon, the words the Book of Mormon as a trademark. And actually, there's nothing stopping you from making your cover look like the Book of Mormon. It's the Book of Mormon layout for the cover of the Book of Mormon is not trademarked at all. The words the Book of Mormon are trademarked, so you can't call your thing the Book of Mormon. But in terms of the layout, it's really not an issue. So I got my lawyer involved because you have to do this via lawyers, of course, and a friend of mine, and he wrote back and said, look, this is not infringing trademark, but I'm not set on the cover. I'm willing to change it, so I changed a little bit, sent it back. They came back in even more forceful letter saying, basically, not only do we not want you to use the Book of Mormon, the words in the cover, we think that the content and the content of your TikToks are inflammatory, and we want you to destroy all working copies of your book.
Or what?
Or they would take out an injunction.
Not your disciplinary counsel / excommunication. You mean like suing you?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. So that caused quite a bit of angst. But it was really interesting to see. You know, sometimes you find yourself in a little bit of a surreal moment where you're going, am I really that important to the church? I can't see that I'm that important. Why? I'm flattered that they're willing to take such an interest in me and my writings, but I don't think it's warranted by any means. So we've since sent back a revised cover of the Book of Mormon, changed the colour to gold rather than blue, which is interesting because actually when you inverse the royal blue, you get gold. So that's probably how they originally got the Book of Mormon to be blue in the first place. And then we've acquiesced a little bit and they've backed down, and it seems that I'm now able to publish. So that's what I'll try and do.
Nice. And are you excited?
Yeah. But I just want it to be over. It seems like it's just taken such a long time, and the problem, of course, whenever you write something, of course, you look at it 1,000 times, and then any creative endeavour, you go, oh, this is crap. Like, you look at it and you go, oh, this is nothing. I started reading Dan Vogel's biography, his second biography, and it's just so brilliant. And I'm not even this, near that kind of quality, which I feel bad about. And yet I think I've got something that's really unique. I had Michael Marquardt had a look over the thing. He's, and he went through it all and he checked out my stuff and
he's no slouch.
He's no slouch, and he's just such a lovely, lovely man. But he said, I've never seen this before, and this is really unique, and I think that it's got something of value to add, and that's my great hope, right? Like if this idea of new Mormon history, where we're utilising the Joseph Smith's Papers project to make these source documents available for anybody to research, and really admitting to a much more human Joseph than we have in the past, that if we're willing to do that, actually, these are some of the stories that I think we need to tell, and we need to see him in a much more fuller context. What we decide to do with that once we have it is I guess it comes up to your whole ethos of, informed consent. But if we understand what's going on and we understand how it all came to play, we can decide, well, these are some things that we think are really important that we want to carry over, and these are some things that maybe we've gone off on a tangent on that are not good or not right or not worthwhile to pursue. So I hope for that to be the case.
So many people that deconstruct their Mormon faith end up like angry at the church, hating the church, wanting to take the church down. They often don't want anything to do with church activity, and they often, want to resign their membership and have nothing to do with it. What has led to your decision to maintain your membership and even continue attending and to do Mormon history, but as a member in good standing? What's behind that versus the other more antagonistic routes you might possibly take?
Gosh, well, I don't know if I'm in good standing. My stake president has already told me if I publish this book that I'm subject to church discipline. So that's a likely scenario that I might not be a member any longer.
Okay. Would you attend your disciplinary council if they held one?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. You don't, and do you want to be excommunicated?
No. I'm philosophically opposed to excommunication. I think that's it's a violence, which is what I'm totally against and what brought up this whole thing in the first place. But also, I think that if if people like me who care leave or are ousted, then the church becomes a little bit smaller and more insular and more extreme and becomes worse. So I'm interested in voices that are different, that allow for a breadth of understanding.
Like Dan McClellan.
Like Dan McClellan, yeah. You know, because, funny story. So I went to see my mission president's wife the other day, Alta Lloyd. My mission president's died many years ago, and she is an incredible person, formidable. She lives in Kaysville, and she is, her and I have been friends, you know, beyond the fact that she's my mission mother. You know, we are friends. And I know from my Facebook posts that she's been a little concerned about me. So I thought, as soon as I was here, I'd go and see her and visit with her and just assure her that I'm the same person that she always knew, and that, you know, just lovely. And so we had a very upfront conversation, because she's upfront and so am I. And during the course of the conversation, I'm presenting my ideas and she's presenting hers, and we're dialoguing with a lot of love, because we do have a lot of love for each other. And she said to me, I know what's happened to you, Ganesh. You've read some of those books, you know, those anti-Mormon books. You know, you've been influenced by, you know, Richard Bushman.
Richard Bushman led you astray.
So
faithful Mormon patriarch.
So
Richard Bushman.
She, you know, her, you know, kind of feeling was that, you know, people like Richard Bushman are really pushing people out of the church because they're telling things that are not faith promoting. And she had, it wasn't just me, she had lots of examples of people who had read Rough Stone Rolling and felt like, you know, this wasn't the church they wanted to belong to. So she was really quite worried about that. And I've had friends who've read that and been concerned, but I've had friends read that and feel relieved, right? That Joseph is a real person, not just this kind of near deity person. So I think it really depends on your viewpoint. And I hope that that's the case with my book too, that people read it and go, oh, I understand now. And for some people that's going to be, I understand, I'm so excited about being here with that kind of understanding. And some people are going to read it and go, oh gosh, I understand that, and oh gosh, I don't want to be involved with that. I get that that's going to be the case. But I think if we're going to have a accurate new Mormon history that takes into consideration that Joseph was an actual person, not just a demigod, we're going to have to confront that idea that things are messy and human. And I hope that my book gives people that opportunity. And I need to do the things that I think are worthwhile, and if that means that my membership might be called into question on that, hopefully I can defend it because I want to stay. But I feel like that's an important marker.
So going back to kind of what is a very common path, which is sort of the critical, angry at the church, get away from the church, take the church down, church is illegitimate, even kind of the church is a cult mindset. There's a mindset that's like, the Book of Mormon is fiction, which means Joseph Smith was a fraud, not to mention his polygamy and, you know, some would say even reaching the level of sort of sexual predation. Like, because of all those problems, the church, they would say, oh, the church is a cult or the church is corrupt. And so to heck with it all, it should all go away. What I'm hearing philosophically is you don't think the church should go away. You want to retain your membership, and you think there's a way to, even though the Book of Mormon you would acknowledge now is fiction, there's still a way to even engage that book in a way that can be healthy and enlightening for an individual or even for a community. What is it that informs your perspective that Mormonism is not only not to be thrown away, but in spite of Joseph Smith and scriptural problems, is worth maintaining, strengthening, and engaging with in spite of Joseph's flaws and the historical problems with the scripture? What informs that? What's your vision?
I guess, firstly, my vision is understanding. I think if you've got better understanding, you're able to make better informed decisions. I think that's the basis. And the whole idea of deconstructing and looking at things in a much better light is hopefully being able to then take that light and do something better with it. I don't think the church is going away anytime soon. It's got hundreds of billions of dollars, right? So it's going to be around. So I would like to see them use those $100 billion to do beautiful things. And I think that we've got a lot of blueprints of that in the Book of Mormon. I'd push back on you with the idea that the Book of Mormon is fiction. I don't see it as fiction. I see it as it's not historical and it's not ancient, but it's born out of the truths that Joseph Smith and the ideals that Joseph Smith had in his life in 1829. And he utilized fictional characters like ancient prophets, so pseudepigrapha, to enact some ideals that he thought were really important we should address. And that's not so different from many of the books in the Old Testament and the New Testament that have, are not historical, but have value for, looking at the world and understanding a connection to God and doing those things. So I hope that there's lots of things in the Book of Mormon I don't agree with. I don't agree with the skin curse for obvious reasons. But I think that if we can understand that the Book of Mormon makes reference of things like, skin curse, about this othering that happens between colonial settlers and Native Americans, that if we can understand that interplay and recognise that was very much a feature of Joseph's day, that we might be able to jettison that from our cultural makeup. Does that make sense? That they give you a...
Yeah, and I definitely don't want to squabble or nitpick, but I think a literal translation of the word pseudepigrapha is false text. And I guess I was just assuming that if something's pseudepigrapha, if it's text written attributed to someone who didn't write the text, therefore that's false text, therefore it's not historical. I don't mean to quibble, and it doesn't, but I guess I'm struggling to understand why you wouldn't say it's fiction, the Book of Mormon.
Well, well, to me, it's not ancient, right? It's not a story of America. It's not a story of Native Americans.
So it's not
right?
ancient.
It's those kinds of things. But it is a story about, effectively about Joseph Smith, and it's a story about people who are marginalized, who are living in a world where things are tough things are happening to them, their reaction to it, and also how they're interpreting that in their lives so that they can move forward. And I think that the Book of Mormon offers lots of those kinds of examples.
Yeah, and I mean, and I'm not trying to correct you or reframe what you're saying, but some would say autobiography is the highest form of fiction. In other words,
right.
Just because someone is writing nonfiction doesn't make it accurate or
Correct.
True. But I think like Margi, who loves literature, would say fiction can be some of the most profound and true, types of writing in all of literature. What I'm hearing you say is the Book of Mormon, we can learn a lot from it. It can be inspiring. It can be informative. It can just help us understand the world better and to be better people. But it can be fiction and still be that.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But I'm not trying to quibble. I'm just I do want to understand. If you literally mean it's not fiction, I do want to understand what you mean by that.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right.
Okay,
I think that it's,
So it's inspiring. it's instructive, it's useful. And for you, it's profoundly so.
Yeah, I think so. I think I've, I love it as a text. I think there are better texts. Like, I'm not suggesting the Book of Mormon's the epitome of great writing and understanding, but I think, and coupled with the way that the church operates and also our personal experience in the church, it gives us ways to reflect our experience and understand it better, and hopefully, take those lessons and apply them throughout our lives. They're not just church lessons,
Yeah.
The othering that happens in the Book of Mormon, that's othering that happens, in normal life, right? Yeah. That feeling of persecution that we sometimes feel, that's a feeling that we get and that we propagate as we go out. Feeling of superiority also, right? That somebody else is less than us. Those are things that we can address. We can, and if we can see that these are the things that happened to Joseph throughout his life, then we can also see that these things happen to us. It's probably the reason why the Book of Mormon we found profound in any way as we went on. But actually, they're good mirrors for looking at human behavior, looking at human systems, and figuring out why things worked and why things didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an exploration of the human condition.
Correct.
Yeah, right?
And I think that's we've already got to the point, right, where we look at the Book of Abraham as pseudepigrapha. I think that there's definitely a speaking, a leaning, an understanding that the Book of Mormon is probably in that category, and maybe in the next 10 to 20 years we will come to terms with that over the pulpit, maybe even. Mm-hmm. So then I hope that this is kind of a seminal work that allows that transition to happen. Because I'm just some guy at the end of the world on my computer in my lounge coming up with this. And the only reason I could even do this is because the church has published this stuff on the Joseph Smith's Papers Project. I don't have to come to Salt Lake to look through archives to investigate this stuff. I can do it on my laptop in my living room. And that means that every single other member of the church or anybody interested in Mormonism can do exactly the same thing.
So you're saying many of the sources in your book are from the Joseph Smith Papers Project?
It's primarily the Joseph Smith.
So you went to primary sources.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, wow.
But a lot of it's this is New Mormon history. This is what you can discover for yourself. So somebody's going to talk about this stuff. People already are. Dan Vogel is already doing this stuff. Richard Bushman is already doing this stuff, just at a higher level than me. But anybody can do this, and I'm just anybody. The one thing that I think that I've got an advantage of, and why I think maybe I am in a unique position to do it, is because I've done all that deconstruction and I'm not angry. I'm investing in my ward. I want it to be there. I love this space, but also I recognise, I'm hopefully objective enough to say that there's some things that need to change. And I've got enough privilege through my Mormon cred, my boxes that I've ticked, that hopefully I've got a voice to be able to voice these things in a compassionate, understanding way that hopefully will allow the bridge between those two worlds, of, gosh, this is a fraud and therefore everybody has to leave it, or this is the best thing ever and you're an apostate if you call anything out. Those are the polemics that I think are a part of our current political climate, us versus them. But if we really want to gain understanding and be better, we have to bridge that divide. And so hopefully that this is it.
And as I hear your story, I'm reminded of like Sam Young or Juanita Brooks or, so many people who loved the church, wanted the best for the church, put in their 10 cents to try and help the church, and then they risked punishment for it or even excommunication for it. And there's a big long list of people I could mention. Knowing that you love the church, are grateful for the church's influence in your life, and love the Book of Mormon, how do you think you might feel if you're excommunicated for what you consider to be an offering of love to Mormonism? How will you feel if excommunication is your fate?
I guess I began this project with the idea that might be the case. I hope it's not. I hope that that they can stop happening, right? So I'm encouraged by the fact that Gina Colvin, didn't get excommunicated, and I'm terribly sad that other people have. Natasha Halfer more recently. So I think that we need, if we're going to get to this new maturity in the church, excommunication for this kind of stuff has got to go. And I guess I don't know what will happen, and I hope that I can represent this well. Maybe I won't. I don't know. I guess I don't hold myself to the outcome. I held myself to the idea that this is the thing I think is right and worthwhile doing.
So sort of do what is right, let the consequence follow. Is that what you're saying?
That sounds vaguely familiar. I don't know where that.
Where is that from?
Where did we come up with that?
Really quickly, because I know we got to run. Where do you now stand on God, Jesus, sort of faith at all, the afterlife? And I got to do it quick, but just
sure.
Reconstruction,
Basically, I hope for all of those things. I absolutely, I think they have been inspiring to me, and they've helped inform my life. I recognise that they're without a lot of evidence, and so I have to operate on the basis that they could in many cases not be the case. But I hope for them. So I live my life on the basis of care and understanding and kindness, and with a lot of fun mixed in there, so to make it all worthwhile. And I hope that whatever I do, if there is more past this life, that I will have lived my life fully here, but also contributed to somebody else's betterment. That means that I can be useful somewhere else too.
We talked about you and your wife dreaming about the Mormon life you would have till death do you not part, which would include all your kids serving missions, all your kids getting married in the temple, lifelong church service, and even multiple missions. I guess there's two quick parts to that. How's that? I mean, you've kind of told us how that's kind of shaped out. And then how do you feel about that dream no longer being what you and your wife are kind of working for? The dream's changed.
Dream's changed.
And how does that feel?
Pretty good, actually. At the beginning, of course, there's this degree of loss where you think, oh gosh, all of the things I've invested in are not coming to fruition.
Like, did your kids serve missions? Did your kids get married in the temple?
No, none of them. Nobody's active in my family except for me.
What? Your wife's not even? You're active and your wife's not?
No.
And all your kids are out? Mm-hmm. Okay.
But they're all gorgeous humans. Mm-hmm. They are thoughtful, kind, amazing, compassionate, interesting, innovative explorers, right? They're just fabulous. And they have no animosity towards the church whatsoever. They appreciate their time. They go to church on occasion, either with me or with their friends who have served missions or prominent things happening in their lives. They are absolutely just great.
I'm not sensing a lot of feelings of disappointment.
No, they're
That your Mormon dream hasn't worked out the way you thought?
well. If at a time past, most of my angst around the church was not about the thing not coming to pass so much as me having taught something to somebody else, or like we talked about the prejudice and privileges stuff, that me being advantaged over somebody else, being advantaged because somebody else was marginalised. Those are the angst that I had over the church, and actually coming to terms with that was me taking accountability that, I was advantaged, and I need to use my privilege, for lack of a better word, to raise voices that haven't been heard, because I've got a voice. And slowly I've unticked some of those boxes, so my voice is diminished. But in saying that, what do I really want? I want capable, beautiful humans who are doing kind things, and I've got that in my family. And I think the church has enabled me to have a good foundation in a lot of those things. It actually didn't come to the party, and I think it should, right? It should be the most caring, compassionate, inclusive community, and it's not. So there's definitely some things that need to change, but but almost kind of fortuitously, I guess, not seeing that Mormon dream right through to its fulfillment has opened up lots of other things. I realized that it was quite a narrow dream to begin with, and now that my world has opened up, it's so much more than that. Mm-hmm. And I mean, and then there are people like my mission president whose wife, who is just loves her space and is incredibly validated by it and wants to continue it, and it's all power to her. And my mother is in the same category, my in-laws, it's fabulous. And I think that they should be able to do that. At the same time, there is maybe I just have a much more expansive vision of Mormonism, that it could be more like what the Book of Mormon suggested it could be, and I want to see that come to fruition. I'm excited about it.
Love it. I love it. All right. Well, this has been super powerful and inspiring, and it's just been lovely to get to know you. Margi, any final questions?
I don't think so. Yeah. Thank you.
You enjoyed getting to know Ganesh a little bit, Margi?
Yeah.
Margi's like, who's this Ganesh guy? Why are we interviewing him?
No, you
Not exactly like that, but there was some creative license you took there. But it has been a pleasure, Ganesh.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, we hope the church leaves you alone. We hope your book is wildly successful. Tell us the name of the book one more time.
So it's 19th Century Evidences and Development of the Book of Mormon and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And hopefully the church doesn't sue you. Hopefully you don't get excommunicated. And we want to have you back to dig into your book.
Fabulous. And I'd be happy to do that. So, because I think hopefully it's useful. At the end of the day, that's what I hope for the most.
All right. Well, Ganesh, and I hope we can have a Sunstone or a Thrive New Zealand someday.
That would be brilliant.
Would that be fun?
Yes.
Do we invite the Aussies or do we not invite the Aussies?
The Aussies are all good fun. So, if they get to come, it will be great.
All right. So we'll see if we can pull that off in the next year or so. All right, Ganesh.
All right.
Thanks for joining us on Mormon Stories. And Margi, it's always a pleasure. Thank you so much for riding shotgun.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. All right, you guys, thanks, Ganesh. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for joining us today on Mormon Stories. Please do check out this amazing book, and please come back for the next part of this episode where Ganesh shares with us his important research. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. Take care out in New Zealand and Australia and anywhere else where Mormons or never Mormons are learning about Mormonism. Be kind to each other, and we'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care.